Hello, hello, kia ora, everybody. Alright, I need to put you there. I need to put you there. I need to put you there. I am totally prepared for this impromptu stream. I'm not in the slightest. Kia ora, everybody. Hello, hello. I'm so glad to be live again. Hello. Kia ora, double A, and kia ora, Zoe. Hello. I hope you're feeling better, hun. Appreciate you all being here because, of course, it's not my regular stream day. We don't normally stream today, but it just so happened worked out that... Sorry, I need to put my hair up. I have no idea where my hair ties have gone, which is always the way. And it's a get the hair off the face kind of day, so clipping it will do. Yeah. In true Amy is streaming tradition, I'm still eating my breakfast, but my breakfast is also a cup of soup, which isn't exactly traditional breakfast, but it was really what I felt like this morning was a cup of soup. So we're having a cup of soup for breakfast. Who cares if it's not traditional breakfast food? Because bed is best, and if I wanted soup for breakfast, we're having soup for breakfast. So it's a good breakfast. But yeah, we did stream yesterday. It was a bit of a shorter stream because nibbling came around, which was a blast. I had so much fun. It was so wonderful catching up with the nibbling. We played so many dolls. I ended up pulling out my sewing kits and fixing some of the dolls' clothes. And I had some old gloves that we cut up and turned into fashion accessories. Watched a bunch of YouTube, and yeah, it was really, really lovely. Unfortunately, being a child, Nibbling did not realise that they were being a bit too rough, and they did jump on my stomach, which of course I am 2 weeks post-op, and that was a big no-no. So yesterday was a bit of a painful day. It was actually the most painful day I've had post-surgery, apart from when I threw up my back. Throwing up my back, or my tooth flaring up, like those were more, but this is the most pain I've had from the surgery. And it wasn't from the surgery, it's just from a child being a child. That's like, it's fine now. I just took some anti-inflammatories and I was very gentle for the rest of the day, and we just kept reminding Nibbling, you can't jump on auntie, and stuff like that. So we're absolutely fine now. I still feel a little like spasmy in there, which is why I think I kind of wanted soup for breakfast. Soup is one of those safe comfort foods for me. It usually doesn't hurt my tummy all that much, and it's just one of those easy foods to eat. So yeah, soup and rice congee, but rice congee takes a hot minute to make, so yeah. So yeah, as we're talking about in stream, but yeah, so we had a really, really good day yesterday, and then went to work, and I had a hangout with a friend last night, and we were chatting for I think nearly 4 hours. We ended up chatting, which was wonderful. It was so good to catch up with her, and had a really great time. But while I was sitting there, I was like, oh, I'll just work on the Leon page. I'll just do all the background colors, because that's like just lots of gentle shading, and it's just like flat color, so it's nothing too particularly exciting. And then Amy might have finished the entire page. Yeah, it was a bit of an accident. I didn't mean to finish the entire page, but I just got in the zone, and I was like, yep, no, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do this. And then next thing I knew, the whole page was finished. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, we finished a page. That's cool. And then I was like looking through the book and looking at the next pages. And I was very much looking at the page next to the page we were working at. And I was like getting these ideas. And I've been mulling over that all night. And then I went to bed, and I was like, I'm not really sleepy because I've got my creative juices flowing. And then hanging out in your lovely, lovely live stream, Zoe. It was wonderful. I did eventually doze off and then woke up to YouTube auto playing someone's Sims video. So I figured you ended stream or something rather to go back and watch the last little bit. So I wasn't far off when you finished from drifting off, but I did manage to drift off. Because of course it started at midnight for me, so yeah. But when I was lying in bed, I was coming up with all these ideas, and then I woke up and those ideas are still fresh in my brain, and I haven't had like an itch to color outside of stream. Like Admittedly, some days, some streams, it's even been hard to get here to colour. Like, I haven't felt that oomph to colour, and I haven't been colouring outside of stream. I've talked about this. I even kind of felt a bit burnt out there for a while, and I was playing video games. And I knew eventually I would find my mojo again, because I always do, but sometimes I just need to step away from colouring for a while and do other hobbies. And that's what happens, you know? Sometimes you need to just have that little break or find another creative outlet, which has been The Sims for me lately. That's been a bit of a deep dive for me. But yeah, all of last night, I've just had these ideas percolating in my brain. And so when I got up this morning and I realized that I legit don't have anything to do today until work, I was like, you know what? I can colour, and I want to colour. And so I was going to pull out the colouring, and I was like, you know what? I could also stream this, because I don't have any reason not to stream it. Like, I kind of feel like streaming as well. So we're here, and we're colouring. I don't have fake nails on. I had to pop off the ones I had on yesterday because they started irritating me. So you are getting, unfortunately, atrocious nails today, but it's part and parcel of a naming stream. Eventually, I will grow them back out. Some of them are starting to grow back out. We are starting to get there, but I will eventually get them back out to their full length. It just takes me a while after a anxiety bite. So, and it's been a while, so we will get there. Yeah. Right. Sorry. Let me catch up. Love. Surprise stream with Amy is the best. Thank you. Yeah. Dinner for breakfast instead of breakfast for dinner. Yeah. I don't believe in breakfast foods or dinner foods. I just believe there's food. Like, have what you want. I am very much I don't eat breakfast foods for breakfast. I am not a big cereal person, but I find cereal too sweet. I'm very much a savoury breakfast person, but also a lot of the time I'll have leftover dinner for breakfast because it's great. Kids can't help themselves, they just want to squeeze you. Yeah, that was very much the case. There were so many people there for so early in the day. Yeah, it just so happened to work for me for time zones. And then, like, when I saw Caran pop in, I was like, oh yeah, because it's only 10:30 over in Australia, or 9:30 depending on the Australian region. So it's like, yeah. But of course, like, it was midnight for me when it started. I was hoping you might do a bonus stream. Yeah, I was kind of debating it. Anyway, let's actually go over to the art screen. Camera's not in the right place, so bear with me. Because, you know, you might be able to see by this being on the table that maybe we're trying something out today. I did update my command as well, so you can always jump the gun and find out what we're doing while I ramble by doing exclamation project. Alright, are we in frame? We are in frame. Hopefully we're in Zoom. Because again, I didn't really check this, I was just kind of going for it. So this is where I ended off the page. So on the hangout last night, I did the pink, purple, and blue for the background, and then I was just doing little bits around it. I really love how the tulips turned out. I think they're pretty cute. And like the little gingham pattern on latte and mocha. And then of course we did all the metallic gold on their signs, and even that little bit up there. So everything is now coloured, and I really do like how it came out. It's just an introduction page, but I still think it's really pretty. And I think it's a great way to see each of the characters. So in theory I could like do a bit of a wash over the background or something, but I'm happy to leave the white. But it's this one. Those were the tulip colours I wanted. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I was filling it in, and because I did the pink there, I needed to bring in more pink. And it's like, how am I going to bring in this pink? And then I realised tulips can come in a pink to yellow, so just to bring in that little bit of pink, because we had a little bit of pink behind Lily and a little bit of pink in this rainbow bowl, because yes, of course the bowl is rainbow. But it was like, where else can I put pink? And I was like, tulips. But we have this page here. And this is the one that I keep thinking about. And I've got ideas for. Sorry, my book is hitting the mic there. One day I will figure out this desk layout where I can have the camera in a position where I don't bump the camera, but it doesn't block my face, but also allows me to have my microphone in place. What I probably need to do is get a third boom arm to put my mic on. I have my camera on a boom arm, I have a light on a boom arm. I should probably get a third one so I can have a boom arm down here for my mic. That would probably be the logical solution. But that is not a today problem. Alright. You're in place. Stay in place. Look perfect as they are. The page is done. Yeah. Thank you, Double A. Appreciate that. Love it. Thank you, Zoe. And then, so what I want to do in this background, my throat's immediately going, fantastic. But I want to create a bokeh style background. Now, I've done this a couple ways before, but I've never done this way that I'm going to experiment with today, because why not experiment? Why not try things? I really like this one here with the pink to green and yellow, pink, purple, green, yellow, and I guess we're going to have to, like, you know, purple to green, there's probably got to be a bit of blue in there or something. Like, that's the cohesive color. But I kind of like that color combo, and kind of what I'm thinking. So my idea is, I have no idea if this will work, but we're going to try it, and if anything, we'll make a nice smushy rainbow colored background. But we're going to use these beautiful Neocolor 2s that I was gifted, and we're going to lay down color in the background, and then I'm going to use paint pens in my finger technique to kind of lift some of the paint pen up to create those spots, and then maybe drop in some extra spots with solid paint pen, and then maybe use some pencils to also define. Now the difficulty with this is that the paint pen does get a bit messy, but because we're using Polychromos to shade, which we'll do for all the front details, the Polychromos will also scrape away, and Polychromos work really well on top of paint pen if you don't want the paint pen there. And because I'm using a white paint pen, it might be alright. I don't know. We're going to be experimenting a little bit here. I don't know how this is going to work, so yeah. I can see it in my head. It's going to have some very spectacular ugly stages, but if it works like I think it's going to work, I think it will be good. Bunny feeding time, and then I can relax and enjoy. Fantastic. Gotta look after Meadow. Before anyone asks, I have not put away the pencils from yesterday either. The pencils are still all on my desk and going to stay on my desk because I can't be bothered with my cup of soup. I like to put away the pencils because then it's like the fresh start, but also it's so much effort to put away the pencils. I should put away the pencils, but I should have done it last night. It would have been logical. Okay, so we'll use that same piece of baking paper that we were using on the other side to make sure we didn't transfer the black, just so we've got a bit of protection around here. And then, so I know we want a little bit of green definitely at the bottom because we want to give the illusion that it's coming up from plants and stuff. And then if we go with the greens, and this side we go more, I was about to say yellows, but then we've got the pinks and purples. I think we'll just ignore, like, I like that inspiration, but maybe we'll just kind of make it up ourselves. So yeah, we could have the greens, and then we could have one side coming in with the yellows, maybe a bit of pink, merging into some purples and blues, maybe? I feel like up here needs to be lighter. Like, I feel like we need lots of yellows and pinks up here. And then we can have more blues and greens here. And it'll also give the illusion of, like, the small plant matter and then the light. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like we need the yellows up there. Okay, so let's start by pulling out the emerald green and the yellow green. So we'll start with a bit of the emerald down here. Again, I have no idea if this is going to work. We're just going to kind of try and figure it out as we go along. So I haven't really used a lot of Neocolors before either, so I also have no idea. But we're going to figure it out because that's half the fun. And we're going to hope that I do actually colour in every background section and don't miss any background sections. Because I can see that being a thing. So I hope you're all doing good out there today. If we're colouring, what are we colouring? Or if we're working, I hope the work's going well. Working on other projects. Hope they're going well. Why does my nose immediately want to start running now that, you know, I'm here? Work is done, so now I'm working on snacking. Oh, that's an excellent thing to be working on. I haven't decided what I'm doing for dinner. It's make your own dinner night tonight, so I don't know what I'm doing for dinner yet. I have to figure that part out. Alright, I think we'll bring the green around here, and then we can start bringing the darker green just a little bit down here. I wonder if I should get some washi tape to put across the side here so I don't... No, I should be alright. We'll just be careful. I say, knowing me and knowing how non-careful I can be at times. I'm sure I can... Whoops. She says as she throws the Neocolor 2s away. I'm sure I can use the brush to sort of push that down a little further into the gap if needed. So yeah, this is my first real time kind of... I've got a couple of Neocolors. In fact, I should find those other Neocolors and put them with this set because I should use those ones up first. Nope. Nope. There they are. I thought I had a white. I don't. I think I decided against a white because it's like I don't need a white. But yeah, these are my 4 Neocolors, and I have 2 blacks by accident. Don't know how I got 2 blacks, but I have 2 blacks. So we have, I think this is Violet, yeah, Violet 120, and then this is the Pink 181, which we have on the list. And then this is the Purple 90, yeah. And then this one is Prussian Blue, I think. Yeah, Prussian Blue. So they're all in this kit. But it's like, I got these because I was like, oh, these are Galaxy colours. And it was like a little tester to try out Neocolors. But I didn't use them a lot because they were the only specific colours I had. So unless I wanted to do a Galaxy in those specific colours, I didn't use them a lot. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to try and figure this one out, because now we get to play around with different colors. It's going to be fun. Right, so we're going to bring the green right down here into these delicious plants. Do do do. You do go right around there, so we'll bring you down there. It's like figuring out where Where's the planters? Where's the end? We want to start. Oops, I brought that up a bit high. That's okay. Just going to try and keep behind shadow a little bit more yellow, but that's okay. No, because I was going to do a bit more blues on that side, actually. I don't know. We're making this up as we go along. We'll figure it out. do, 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 do. Right, make sure we've got everything sort of covered there. And we can bring a bit more of the darker green down here. And again, this is kind of hard to get right up into the gap because of the fold of the book. So we're going to have to just put a bit extra there and push it with the brush. Oh, I've gone over one of the leaves there. That'll be okay. That looks like a gap in there. Gap or leaf? We're going to leave that as a leaf because you would see that coming through if it was a gap. Turn that into a gap. And we'll say that's a gap, or no, that should have carried on. Oh well. This is where it starts getting messy. Okay, and then what I want to do is use the actually we might use the one that's in the kit, the newer one, even though I have a older one, and I tend to use old ones up first, but I'm going to use a newer one because the one in the kit's slightly sharper, and I do want that sharper tip today. And so this is the Prussian blue. I'm going to bring this right into the bottom to just really deepen up these greens at the bottom. Cashews. Just a small handful. I really should be done for the day, but I really want to refrigerate cold peanut M&Ms, so I don't have any candy. Oh. I am not a big nut person. I do like nuts. I just don't like the texture of nuts in my teeth, but that's because I have bad teeth. But yes, before my teeth kind of went so cruddy, peanut M&Ms were my go-to M&Ms. They're so tasty. Yeah, now not so much. 2:30 PM here, but my work is 5:30 PM because I work in a different time zone. Ah, so it's time to eat, but I don't need to. Yeah, it's weird when you work like not the normal schedule and trying to work around, like, because I work 4:30 to 6:30 PM. Again, I only work 2 hours a day because of my disability, but it's not like extremely odd, but it does make, like, trying to organize things for dinner or stuff like that. Like, a lot of people will try to schedule things and be like, you know, oh, you know, you'll get home, and they presume you get home from work at 5 and then you make dinner and you have dinner, and so they're like 7 PM and it's like, yeah, I just finished work at 6:30 and I've got to cook, like, go organize dinner and stuff like that, so a bit later. Or but luckily a lot of the time my mum cooks dinner during the week, because then I can finish work and we just have dinner straight away. And that's why I try to do weekend cooking, or I'll, like, we job share cooking, so like I might prep something in the morning and then have it in the crock pot, so that at night, it's like, can you just cook a thing of peas, or can you just do some veg on the side? And I've done all the mains. Yeah. I want someone to cook for me. It is very handy. I do very much appreciate it. It is very nice to come out and have dinner ready to go. Not tonight, because today is Wednesday, and we do make your own on Wednesday. Hi, Yana. Welcome in. Alright, now we have to try and figure out where the background is on this side. My biggest fear is that I'm going to do this and then I'm going to miss a section of background and then have to try and replicate it later on. But also, if we miss a section of background, I can just use some polys to fill this section in. We'll figure it out. It's not really the end of the world, it's just awkward. Alright, so we want to bring a lot more of the darker green on this side. This is where we're going to have a bit more of the blues and stuff like that. Happy to see. You can just use pencils. Exactly. Exactly. Not the end of the world. It's just like there is a little bit of a textural difference, but it's not huge. It's passable. Had a huge rainstorm, was outside bailing water out of my pond. It's close to overflowing. Uh-oh. There was a lot of rain again last night. And at one point I was working and there was this huge, like, cracking sound. I have a sneaking suspicion like a tree or maybe a big branch of a tree fell down yesterday. But I can't see from my window where it might be, but it sounded like something in the valley, like one of the trees might have just lost a big branch or something. Like it sounded like that sort of foresty, something's breaking and cracking sound. So I don't know exactly what happened, but that's flour. So possibly down the bottom corner here, but I might leave that anyway because I can do that with pencil and it's a little confusing to figure out there. And if worse comes worse, I'll just pull out like the dark indigo color of the Polychromos and then that can go down the bottom there, because by the bottom it'll be pretty dark if we're following the logic of this illogical background that we're trying to create. So the flowers are lupine and snowdrops, and I need to figure out the far right ones. Oh, thank you. I was kind of thinking possibly strawberry flowers again, but I don't know. I'm guessing they're tulips again. My guesses are tulips. Those are the snowdrops. I do know that one because I've coloured something else and it was like they're snowdrops. So I'm guessing that's the lupine that you're mentioning. Strawberry at the bottom. And the tulip. Ah, yeah. So yeah, it's just figuring out these, which could be tulips, just more open. And, oh, these ones up here. I see what you mean. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate having a flower expert to be like, here's some flower options. So that I don't have to look at these and go, cool, this color. I can actually Google some ideas. They kind of remind me of the Kofi. Not Kofi. Ko-fi. They look a little bit like Ko-fi flowers here, which are beautiful yellow flowers. But I mean, my flower knowledge is vibes. I just look at a flower and go, cool, you can be pink. You can be blue. But I do like looking up references of flowers, and I actually enjoy colouring flowers a lot more if I'm colouring from a reference and looking at specific colours, because I find the flowers come out better than me just going, cool, pink flower. But I will also just go, cool, pink flower. Yeah, definitely helps when you start taking the iron yarner. As someone who gets iron infusions, it's a world of difference. So I hope it helps and you're feeling full of beans soon. They are bellflowers? Okay. Can you do me a favor, Double A, if you could be so kind, and can you send me the list on Instagram, just because it'll get lost in the chat and I will forget by the time I get to the flowers as to what the flowers are. So thank you so much, hon. And then I know it's there and I can just go and look at the Instagram and it won't be as buried in a YouTube chat replay and I have to be like, which live stream was it? Where was it? I'm sure it was mentioned. Thank you. Right, we don't have to colour it in perfectly because we're going to smush the colours around, so things will get smushy anyway. Don't have to be perfect, Amy. We're going to get ugly here. I did warn you all, it's going to have some ugly stages. Right, so I want to bring in some... Oh, you're crumbling at the bottom. Let's not lift you from the bottom. Can we even lift you at all? Hands don't want to lift you. There we go. Meh. Stay. Stay. Right, what do we got here? Lemon yellow. Makes sense. Very green yellow. It's going to be perfect for bringing up this green. Which I should probably have out in case I want to bring that green up a bit more in some areas. Because there's no reason why we can't have a bit more of this green. It's also very pretty green. I like the brightness of it. Makes me happy. Alright, let's bring you up a bit more here too. And we could justifiably just use a little bit up here as best as we can, because again, we can't really get in there. And fill in the rest with citron, and then we're going to have to push it with a brush. To finish my reader page and get back to Leon's journey. Yes. Oh my gosh, Zoe, seeing your whip in it last night, I'm so excited to see more. It's beautiful, the page that you've done, or the page that you've started with the little ones. It's also very tempted to go and work on one of them today, but then I was like, oh no, I really like it's the background that's really getting me in this one. So yeah. Alright, so now we're going to try and not be, like, I haven't tried to be particularly smooth with my background, but we're also going to try and, like, be a bit bumpy now with our colour blends. Like, you know, it's still a little bit of a gradiated line, so now we're going to try and bring out colours in certain areas and just go a bit all over the place. And I'm going to bring a bit more brighter green up here. We could even bring in a little bit more dark green up there if we want to. Ooh. Need to crack the spine. So let's bring in a little bit of green up here. I am going to interested how the Neos will do on this? Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't do a test. I didn't do a logical tester page to check that these work well on this paper type. I just went for it because I was like, wee, this will work, I guess. I don't know, we'll figure it out if it doesn't. I'm completely and utterly expertise in using these. I have total faith in my capabilities here. It's gonna be fine. We'll figure it out. Worst comes to worst and it doesn't, I'll grab out my prismas and colour over top. If worse really comes to worse, we'll grab up the acrylic paint. There's always a way. And acrylic paint with glitter, like a glittery green background, or that could be pretty. Like coating this whole background in stickles and mixing my different greens so we got lots of green textures. That could be pretty sick. So, you know, we got a viable backup plan if we have to. I want just the slightest touch of yellow there because I really want to bring in more of the pink there. I think I need to get, like, is there more pinks? Because I have pink and then it goes into the purple, which is really more of a pink. Pinky purple. Might need to get a couple more that are like more pinkies. There is more colours, more pinky colours, because there's only 80 of these, isn't there? Neocolor. Swatch. See if we can find a swatch chart. And it shows all 80 colours. Plus, of course, the limited edition ones. Okay, so it goes carmine, pink, and then purple. There is more pinks in the big set? Okay. There we go. Neocolor 2 colour chart. That's what I want. The official colour chart. Open image in a new tab. Yeah, pink, purple, aubergine. He's like a salmon pink. And there's still not a lot of pinks in this set though. That's real interesting. Like, I'm used to a lot of sets having a lot of pinks, but yeah, there's not a lot of pinks in here. And then there's the extra 15, which, oh, looking at them, yeah, there's some good colours in there too. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, distractions. I need to get back to using my watercolour pencil, so just gathering dust. Oh, actually, watercolour pencil, so this background could have been good too. The Ants Journey is just a beautiful book. Yeah. I love the fishing cat page, and also the Ants Journey also looks beautiful. Yeah, it's such a neat book. I'm not surprised. It's kind of got me, like, got the ideas firing again, and I'm glad, because it's always good when you can, if you're feeling a bit, like, lost or stuck, when you can find that thing that's like, oh, this is giving me some ideas. I like the fact that there are the little ones in here. I think those are really cool. The little, like, the 4 to a page in one. Still scared of fur? Yeah, a lot of people are. There is a little bit of texture drawn in. That makes it a bit... Ooh, what did I accidentally close? Oh no, we're fine. Didn't close anything important. Yeah, these are a little bit of fur texture, so you can kind of get away with just doing a little bit of flat colouring and shading and stuff like that. So you don't have to do detailed fur texture. I do, but I love fur and like hair and stuff like that. Sharp pencil, lots of little strokes is my go-to. Takes a while, but it does give fur texture. But it's also okay if it's not your cup of tea. Kanoko does have quite a few freebies on her website too. I never did a fabulous freebies this month. Whoops. I should do that. Oh well, I'll just say, look, we had a couple months off. Things happen. Took me so long to do my Leon in that little box and threading the big one. Some of those little boxes have just as much detail as a big one though. Like, you know, some of these are very full scenes. Like that could be a full page. Like it could be this. So some of those little boxes are essentially a page. Oh, there's so many cute ones. Alright. Now, we want to go from yellow to pink. Again, this is probably one of the areas where the blend is going to be potentially a bit tricky. You don't have like lots or anything, right? Like it should be all good to mix you up. I know, I just like to use up old things first. I'm like, I need to use the old ones. But then also I just realised in here, it'll be a lot easier with the sharper one. Okay, so I don't want much of this pink, because this isn't really the right pink. But it should help with the transition, so... do our transition pink. In fact, I might even use a little bit of salmon just to help with the transition. Cannot wait to do the border collie in autumn. That page is stunning. Love that page so much, I can see why. There's a lot of really gorgeous pages in here. It's hard to choose. Again, the reason why I just got drawn to this one was this spokery background idea. So I don't know how well this is going to work, if I'm going to have regrets, but we can only try. Sounds like the rubbish truck is outside because it's Wednesday. The most gorgeous sunset last night. All kinds of pink and blue sky. Oh, love it. Love it. Love a good pretty sunset. Alright, let's bring you right down here because we're going to do a big blob of pink up here. I'm going to bring a little bit of pink up here because then we can start bringing in our purple. Oh, pink on the flower. That's fine. I've just seen your tulips. So pretty. Thank you. Yeah. I googled tulip and I was like, what colour? And I realised I wanted to bring in a bit of pink. So I looked at pink tulips. And I really liked the pink and yellow. And it kind of tied in. Like, I didn't go in with a palette in mind, but I do like to try and repeat colours where I can, so it kind of brought in like the yellows and the pink that we've used elsewhere, so it worked good. Alright, I am leaving these gaps on purpose. There is a point to these gaps. These tulips here with latte and mocha. I believe those are grapes, hyacinths, and snowdrops. I have no idea. We will just Google flowers. My my knowledge of flowers is that's a pretty one. That's a pretty one. That one makes me sneeze. That's a pretty one. Alright, so I now want lilac. Still want that pink out. So we're going to do a lilac. Again, no idea if this is going to work or not. We're just kind of figuring it out. Actually, no, I don't think I need that. What's the time? 9:50. It must be the recycling. The glass recycling and compost bins that are around. It's too early for the regular rubbish. Bring in the violet. Violet, you're turning violet. Violet. I don't want too much violet. It's because we've got a big part of purple. I just need a little bit to help transition into our blue. It's going to be our ultramarine. Gosh, this is pretty blue. I love the periwinkle blue as well. That is such a pretty colour. I need to find a reason to use that periwinkle blue. And let's just bring a little bit of blue in there. Just like a little spot. And heck, let's even bring a little bit in there. Like something. I don't know. Figure that out. Got our blue. And we're going to bring back out that green that we were using here. Just bring that around. And a few spots. And then this beautiful turquoise blue. Let's use some of that and bring that in a few spots. That's just gorgeous. I love that colour. I'm getting a bit wild over here. Don't ask me what's going on here. I got no idea. Right, let's bring out some of this malachite green. And this is what we'll use to help blend a bit more of our blue. I love watching people be free with their colouring. I'm in awe because I'm too cautious. Trust the process. It's very much trust the process. As I said, this page is going to have some atrocious ugly stages. It's going to look like a chaotic mess. It's one of those things where, like, I can see where I'm going with it, and in my head, in theory, what I plan to do is going to work. But it's going to seem weird, and it's going to seem wild, and the only way to kind of do it is to just do it. Because we're going to be using acrylic paint pens, but I'm going to be using my fingers for applying it. We're going to kind of go messy and all over the place. Like, yeah, again, it's trust the process. And I don't know 100% if this is going to work. In my head, it's going to work. It makes sense to me. Like, Neocolors blend together beautifully. They're a highly pigmented colour. We're working in a logical rainbow colour order, so the colours should blend without going too muddy. The paper feels like it should handle it. Like, it should be alright in theory. There's, like, using my fingers with the paint pens. Technique I've done a lot. I know it works in theory. Can get a bit messy, can go a bit over the page, but we're also going to use Polychromos pencils, which I know I can scrape away paint pen. Like, in theory, all good. If it doesn't work out, paint over it. Like, we'll figure it out if it doesn't work. And at least we would have tried. So yeah, that's our tie-dye rainbow chaosness. All the liquids. Catherine, kia ora, welcome in. Right, do I have water in my cup? I do, thank goodness. I am surprised Shadow hasn't drunk it. Okie dokie, we have some paper towels. Not for my nose today, just to get some excess water off the brush and clean our brush as needed. So we're going to start probably with the yellow, because yellow, being one of the lighter colours, is the most likely to go muddy. So it's a bit of a weird spot to start. I'd normally like to start with an edge, but I'd like to make sure the yellow blends properly, because that's the colour that's going to go muddy. So we bring that into our pink, because we also don't have an orange. We're jumping straight from yellow to pink, so a little bit of a odd, but it will work. It will make like a peachy before it turns into a pinky. Again, in my head it will work anyway. In my head, all this is going to work out perfectly. I don't know if that's reality, but we'll figure it out. And so I am going to use a little bit of a stippling motion. I'm probably using way too small of a brush here, but a little bit of a stippling motion to help bring all the colours together. Like it's not really stippling, it's more smushy. And if it goes a bit patchy in terms of like pigmentation, it works for the bokeh effect. So like, can't really go wrong here, I imagine. But I'm also not a water expertise, but we'll try. We'll figure it out. It's going to be a lot of cleaning the brush. I won't normally jump to the pink, but I also just want to activate the pink, and then this section's done and we can kind of see the blend. Bit of extra water there just to help things blend together. I think that'll be right. It's very tie-dye, but it kind of works. Like, it's moving you right in. You can kind of see there, like again, it's a little tie-dye, but it actually really works because we want that more bokeh look. So I think that'll be alright, you know? Right, we should work logically because my hand's going to cover this. So as much as I was saying, oh, we can work in the yellow first, we're cleaning our brush so much. So as long as I keep cleaning my brush, we can work one side to the other. Just have to be careful of that big middle section where I have wet the middle. We have to make sure we push the colour right back here in the edges because I couldn't get the Neocolors to go all the way into those corners. You're using a very baby brush. Yes, I am. It's one of the biggest comments that I get from people who do watercolors, like Smalt, is always encouraging me to use a bigger brush. And I'm like, eh. But she's also very much like, you know, use the brush that you're comfy with. And I'm very much comfy with a smaller brush. But yes, a big brush would be a lot more appropriate here. But I also really like small brushes. big brushes do get smoother blends, but I actually don't mind if we don't get a smooth blend here, because again, we're trying to bring things together, so in a more, like, it's bokeh-y is the inspiration. I don't know if we'll pull off an actual bokeh, but inspiration is bokeh-y, so we'll see how it comes together. You're basically creating your hoodie, but on the page. Yeah, kind of, except my hoodie has, like, peach, and I haven't really used peach. But yeah, that sort of rainbow gradient blend is kind of what we want to create in the background here. I just think it'll be real pretty with this vibrant rainbow background, and then, like, all the colours of the plants, and then shadow being black. I just think it's, like, going to be a really neat contrast, all this. I like small brushes too. I mostly work with number 2, and I don't like a lot of water in my books. What am I working with? Yeah, I'm working with number 2. Yeah. But I have a tendency to saturate pages. I'm really bad for water saturation, so this is going to be a really good test. If you want to know how much water these books can handle, I'm probably going to be the one to test it, because I throw a lot of water at these sort of things, which is another thing. But we got a little bit of buckling, but no bleed through, and I don't care about buckling, so I'll take buckling. Alright, let's clean off the last of that pink. And get back here and push this yellow right back. I mean, I do love how pigmented Neocolors are, so that I can push the colour right back into the gap where I couldn't get the Neocolor itself into. I could just load up a bit extra at the front and just push it all back. Yeah, again, there's no real rules with creating, like, just have fun with it. If working with a smaller brush or a giant brush makes it easier or more comfortable or more fun or gets you the effect you want, do it. Who cares if it's not the official proper way? Like, work with how it works for you. Nope, way too much water on the brush there, but that's okay, we'll use some for down here. Come here, water, let's push you around. Let's use you up there too. Let's bring you in a few extra places, why not? Nope, coloured a little bit over the flower there, but that's okay. Are we still on frame? We're off frame. Good job, Amy. I do that a lot. And it's probably going to be a problem with this, so let's... because I'm going to get lost as to where I am and forget to move camera, so you'll be a bit zoomed out, but at least then I'll actually be on frame. And if you need me to zoom in somewhere, let me know. So many tinies. Probably going to regret this because I'm going to be like, oh, why did I colour the page with so many plants? do love how pigmented and vibrant the Neocolors are. So gorgeous. These were sent to me as Happy Mail, and they were second hand, and I have no qualms with that because they still work brilliantly. In fact, as I said to the person, I actually like it even more now they know you got them as a bargain, because I freaking love a bargain. There's something so special about it. Ooh. Speaking of bargains, I need to have a look and see if the little baby blind box things are on sale that my mum is obsessed with. My mum really likes mini things, and so these if you know, like mini brands, those mystery ball things, there's this version which is like these little silicone babies, so cute, so tiny. My mum absolutely adores them. And then the doubles we actually put into Nibbling's toy box yesterday, so they were playing fashion dolls, and the little silicone babies are the perfect size for like a newborn baby for Barbie, so they were having an absolute field day with the doubles yesterday. But yeah, need to look up and see if we can get some more, because Mum really likes them and they're so cute, they're so tiny. Mana, hello, welcome in, hon. Hope you're having a good day so far. Say good day, but also it could be like the morning. You might not have had a day. Good time zone is what we want to say. Those are the words. I know words. More Shadows Journey. Yeah. A bit of a bonus stream. It's not usually when I stream, but I got inspired, y'all. So it was like, let's stream. I'm so glad I did. It's been a blast having y'all here. And I appreciate y'all hanging out here on the days that it's not like a normal stream day. Very much appreciate it. Black Widows work beautifully in Rita's book. At least I think so. Blend so nicely. Fantastic. I'm sure that's good to know for people who have both Rita and Black Widows. Heard good things about the Black Widow pencils. Right, I should have a little bit of darker on my brush. Just bring that in there. Oh, I just about dipped my paintbrush in the soup cup, not the painting water cup. This is why we don't have cups on our desk normally, where we can help it. You drink from a can or a bottle, and then I know it's not for paintbrush. So while we were looking after the nibblings yesterday, sister-in-law was taking their car to get looked at because they hit a pothole travelling and it had done some damage to the car. I don't know, I don't understand cars, so I didn't understand it all, but we got nibbling while they were borrowing the car to deal with their car. And so because they had like run over this pothole, and it was a big incident while they were travelling back, and they had to pull over and, you know, change all the tyres because it was a big pothole. Change the tyres, and luckily they pulled over and there was a cop who also hit the pothole that was also changing their tyres, so they got a hand changing tyres and stuff like that. But because of that, the nibbling was playing. You can tell what's going on in a child's life by how they play and what they discuss during play, because it's how children process things. So it's real fascinating to listen to them playing. So they were playing with fashion dolls, and in particular they had quite a few of the like little brother, little sister ones, like the little Chelsea ones, the little Tommy ones. They were playing with a bunch of those ones. And there was like 8 or 9 of them, but 8 of them were lying in a big pile on the ground naked. And she was just dressing one in particular. And I was like, you know, thinking that, oh, maybe they're doing fashion show, or they're doing this, or they're doing this, or, you know, doing the thing. So I asked the Nibbling, I was like, oh, why aren't you dressing those ones? And Nibbling was like, because they died. Nibbling is not quite school age yet. I was like, oh, okay. And Nibbling was like, yeah, there was a car accident, and then they all died. And I'm like, cool, child, you keep playing then. And then they miraculously came back to life in that wild child innocence. But it's just in there going, yep. So, yeah, obviously working on the car accident memory at the moment. It wasn't a big thing. They didn't lose control or anything. It was literally they hit a pothole and their tire blew out. So, and they weren't like, it was fine. It was just a bang. They pulled over and then they had to change the tire. Yeah. But it's just like, again, this is a Nibbling that had, like, when they come to play, they make up these wild stories, and it's absolutely the most hilarious things, like the hilarious stories. This is a Nibbling that made up the story about the ponies moving to a farm, and then the town complaining about the ponies because they were going to the toilet on the farm and it smelt too much. So the ponies were trying to build a toilet, and their adventures of trying to build a toilet. It is this Nibbling, so they very much like to make up very intriguing stories about what has happened and why things have happened. So, yeah. The dolls came back to life, and then they were going to go camping for 12 days, and so they had to pack all their clothes. But there weren't enough suitcases to pack all their clothes, and it was the drama of the day that there wasn't enough suitcases to pack all the doll clothes. Yeah, very active imagination. It's great. We fully encourage the storytelling because it is a form of creativity, but it's also a way that children learn to process and deal with things. So, like, the horse story came out while this Nibbling was toilet training. And so, you know, it made sense as well in that context as to why it was about the toilet, because the Nibbling was toilet training. So, you know, you can really get a sense of what they're going through because it's how they process. They need to, that's often why with younglings, they'll, like when you're training them to tie a shoelace, you sing a song and you like get them to sing it out loud because that active talking and verbalization is helping their brain make the pathways and connect things. So it is like play is, and verbal play like that is a really big part of their development. Yeah, no, we haven't got to that stage yet, luckily. But no, it was a lot of fashion dolls, and then we had to put on some YouTube, so it was some Paw Patrol, and then the Nibbling asked to go to my YouTube profile so that they could watch the Not Kids YouTube. So we watched some Lego videos, and then Minecraft videos, and then it was like, I have to go to work, so they went back to play fashion dolls with Nana till they got picked up. But yeah, very cute, so fun. And of course, like, we did make lunch. I made lunch for us, which meant chicken nuggets, which is great because I was kind of like, chicken nuggets. I haven't had chicken nuggets in a while, so we keep them in the freezer for the Nibblings because it's one of those foods that we just know that they'll eat. We do offer other things as well. But yeah, we made chicken nuggets because it was cold and we were hot, or we were cold. We were hungry. I was like, chicken nuggets. It was good. It was really good. I haven't had chicken nuggets in a while, so we enjoy it every once in a while too. And then I had, the other thing that we did was I had brought, because again, the nibbling knows that I have a lot of candy in my room, and then at one point they asked for a lollipop, and I was like, ooh, okay, yeah, we can do a lollipop. In fact, we can do a bit more than a lollipop. And I had brought, I've got them here. They're not like official Pop Rock, but the knockoff Pop Rocks. So I brought a strawberry, watermelon, grape trio very cheaply. So there's lollipop in there and the popping candy. And so we took the strawberry one because it was a flavour that she chose. And then I got the lollipops. I have like little small lollipops I keep in my cupboard that I give them. So I got one of them out for the nibbling. So small strawberry lollipop. And then we took the Pop Rocks out, and they'd never had Pop Rocks before, and so I showed them like the first dip and did that, and then gave them the rest of the packet so I wasn't dipping back in, because if you don't know, kids are germ factories, and that was one way that I would have gone germ. So I did the first dip and then passed the packet to them. And yeah, they were just having a blast running around, poking their tongue out and listening to the sound of the Pop Rocks. Like, huge hit. I was like, yeah. So that was good fun. We didn't finish the packet of it, and it was like, that's fine. Yeah, spent hours making paper doll outfits. That Snibbling does too. One of the things that I gave them for Christmas was Colouring Heaven. They have it as a digital download. I'll find you the link. They put out a paper dolls issue, and so I brought it digitally, and then I went and got it printed. It's by Rachel Cohen. There's a digital link, so we'll get this one. So copy, this is it here. You can find like YouTube flip throughs and stuff like that. But yeah, I got this digitally and then printed a copy for me, but printed a copy for them for Christmas, and then went and got it printed and put it into like a little expandable folder, and then put in a bunch of like little crystal stickers and a small pair of scissors, which I kept to the side and just double checked with, you know, my brother, and was like, hey, these scissors okay? Like, they're child safety ones, but they're not, you know, preschool ones. They're reasonable scissors, but they're still child safety ones. And they're like, oh yeah, no, they're fine. They've been well trained on scissors. It's like, cool, just wanted to check first. So I gave them the scissors. Yeah, tons of stickers. I got some glitter gel pens and stuff like that. You remember that from my bookshelf tour? Yeah, I've still got it. I can pull it out. And it's a huge, huge hit. And I said to, oh, no, that's the wrong one. I said to the brother and sister-in-law, you know, when it's at a point that they're running out of the paper dolls, let me know, because I could just print it again, right? Like, they went for a walk, and the Nibbling insisted on taking the kit with them so that they could go and do some colouring at the playground and make dolls at the playground. But then they ended up stopping in the graveyard that they walked through, and that's where the Nibbling decided they wanted to do dolls. And I was like, okay, you do dolls in the graveyard? Like, cool, that's a vibe. You're a vibe child. So yeah, I've done a couple, because they've come around a couple of times and we've done different things. And one day I just pulled out like washi tapes and like extra gel pens and stuff like that, and just, yeah, so these are just like water-based markers, and then I just stick stickers or glitter gel pens or different bits on it. And yeah, it's like, the hardest part is honestly cutting them out for me. But once they're cut out, they're pretty fun, and yeah, the Nibbling has a really good time with it. And it went down a treat. So if you're needing like a little Christmas gift, particularly if you've got like multiple Nibblings that you need to buy for, because you only buy it once, you just print it multiple times, and then you just get, you know, like I just got cheap stickers and little crystals and some cheap glitter gel pens, and just put it in like a little folder like this, little cheap set of scissors. I think it cost me, like, if I take away the cost of the actual magazine, the actual kit I think cost me less than $10. It was pretty cheap to get all those bits, and it was just a huge kit and like hours of creativity. And then at the same time, my mum for the Saint Christmas gave this nibbling a little DIY treasure box as well. So yeah, very much went down well, because then they could make a little treasure box and they were putting some of their finished dolls in there and other little treasures and stickers and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh, I remember, because I also used to make a lot of paper dolls when I was younger. It was just such a cool memory. Okay. I think pretty much up to the yellow now. But yeah, they're really fun. I should do another one sometime. It's just a good little, like, again, I just use like Crayola markers to colour them in and then decorate them with stickers and gel pens, and it's just kind of fun. Like, it's just a really fun activity. TK Dodo! Guess what colouring book will be available in Kiwiland soon? I hear it's cozy. TK Dodo. Are we talking about this one that got specially shipped to me from America Land? But I said like soon. How are you going? Lovely. Yeah, it's about time they made it available in Aotearoa. I still can't believe the issues of getting this one. And thank you so much again, Anonymous, for getting this one to me, which I will colour. I still can't pick up the marker tub yet, but we will get to it. Yeah, I haven't coloured in it yet. I had like I haven't been motivated to colour period. And then I had surgery and I'm not allowed to lift anything too heavy, and that includes my marker tub. So not yet, but I feel like I'm kind of finding my colouring mojo in the last couple of days. And then in 4 weeks I can lift things again. So in 4 weeks we can pull up our marker tub, and that might be, I feel like the first stream when I'm at that point and I'm allowed to lift up the tub will be like either markers, like alcohol markers or water-based markers, one or the other, when I can lift again. But how are you going, lovely? For all our friends on YouTube who may not know, I live stream to both Twitch and YouTube, and TK Dodo is over in Twitch, as is Lexi Moon. Hello, kia ora. TK Dodo is a gorgeous streamer on Twitch who is also responsible for quite a number of people wanting the Cozy Japan with the gorgeous colouring that they do in it. I like to get back to colouring around September. I usually stop during summer because it's just too warm to sit and colour. That's so valid. Like, sometimes as well, it's good to take a little break from colouring and just find that mojo again. Again, as I said, I haven't really been having the colouring mojo for a little bit. I've been playing a lot of Sims. That's been my big thing lately, but we started working on this page on stream, and I freaking loved how it came together so much, and then I just got inspired to work on this one, so that's what we're working on. Hopefully it'll come together. Hey Alexi, I'm doing good. It's a bit of a bonus stream day today. It's not my usual stream day, but I'm having a lot of fun. I hope this is coming together, but we're also making up this as we go along, so you know, a bit of an experiment. The only thing I'll say right now is I feel like the background is too vibrant, but I can also pastelize that, so that's not a problem. We're going to be adding a lot of white on top, so it is going to like simmer down, but right now, like, this is too vibrant. But we will get there. Yeah, so the little chat up here, this combines both YouTube and Twitch chat. So you may only see one half of the conversation in your screen, but it will merge both chats, and that way people can be on the platform that they're comfy with, but still participate. You know, I don't have to do a stream here and then a stream here. I can just do one stream and everybody can be where they want to be and everyone can vibe and yada yada yada. I'm an influencer. I need to get paid. Or at all, really. Yeah, don't worry. Apparently I'm an influencer and I hate it. That's why I always spell it like with a variation of capitals and little letters, because it's like, no. I'm just vibing and hanging. Like, if I'm doing something and you'll decide to impulse buy it because of it, like, I know the joke is hashtag Amy made me buy it, but honestly, both, I apologize, but you're welcome. I don't get paid for any of this. I just vibe and hang and hope for the best. Alright, so we're getting a little manky in here, and that's because I haven't actually activated in here. And I have really loaded up the water here, so that's going to be fun. Let's just smush them together and let them do their thing. Just do your thing. Go smushy. Go smushy. I've been branded with that hashtag too by certain someone in chat. Yep. It's pretty though. Thank you, Lexi. Yeah. I do like normally I'd be all for this vibrant background, but I think I was imagining it a little bit more pastel in my head. But again, this is only the first layer, and we've got a lot more that I want to do on top of it, so I'm not like sitting here going, it's ruined, because it's like, no, it's not quite what I envisioned, but I know I've got a lot more steps to go, and I can pastelize it further. So I'd rather have a page too vibrant and just need to like slightly pastelize it than to work on a page and go, this is not vibrant enough, because adding vibrancy can be difficult because that involves adding pigmentation, whereas pastelizing something is just add a white layer. That's easy. But yeah, my plan for this is a little askew. I'm doing techniques I've never done before. I have no idea if this is going to work 100%, but we're just flowing with it, and if it works, cool. If it doesn't work, also cool. We'll figure it out. So, yeah, and it means that there are going to be some amazing ugly stages in this piece, which is a little bit where we're at now. Not that I'd say it's ugly, but, you know, it's not perfection, which is where the ugly stage term came from. It's not that necessarily the piece looks ugly, it's just because it's in progress and not where you're envisioning it, your brain registers it as wrong. And that's where we're at right now. But it's a work in progress, and the things will change. Also added way too much water here, so we're really going to test the paper quality here, because I have like literal puddles of water. So good times. I got to go. I just saw you on. I wanted to share the news about Cozy Japan. Have a good stream. All good, TK Dodo. I saw you were on earlier. So I know you've been going for a while. So absolutely, go get that good rest. I appreciate you popping in, and I look forward to catching you in another stream sometime. TK Dodo's kind of like my Twitch twin. We have same birthday. We discovered each other colouring. And we're both Teresa Goodridge, good colorist, which is how I found TK Dodo, because they were colouring Teresa Goodridge, and I was like, ah, Teresa Goodridge. And then Pablo's. Yeah. Oh, I'm hoping I get to catch Yolanda's next stream. I keep trying to catch it, but again, they start at about 6 in the morning, or 5:30 or 6:30. I know, they're early in the morning for me, and it's like, don't always get to catch them, so hopefully I can catch the next one. Again, it's all very early, but I try. I do try. pastelize it by using paper towel to mop up a little. I could, but I also want like the speckledness of the water effect. I want to leave the water to soak and blend and move on its own. So if I pick up the water, it's going to sort of influence that. So I'd rather just let it leave in and soak and just see how much we can saturate this paper. Because if worst comes to worst and it bleeds through, we'll figure out the back. Like, look, it doesn't even bleed through. We've got a little bit of spillover from me, but that's me and my brush, you know, brushing and catching underneath. But yeah, it's saturated it in here, slightly buckled, but no bleed through. No shadowing, no nothing. Just a little bit of overlap because of my brushwork. That's fine. Paper's handling it great. That's so good, paper. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with it. Again, I'm going into this with like absolutely no tests either, because why would I be prepared? I'm just like, we'll try it. As I was saying, if it doesn't work out, we'll just acrylic paint in the background. I'll pull out all my green glitters and we'll just do a variation of green glitters in the background and it'll look amazing. There's always a way to fix up. But yeah, if I want to pastelize it, all I have to do is just do a layer of white over top of it. I have multiple ways to do that white, so it's really not an issue. But we've still got to do, because I want to do a bit of a bokeh effect. And my idea is to use paint pens and then sort of splotch them on and then pick them up with my fingers and like play with the translucency using paint pens, which is basically just using acrylic paint. So I could also just use acrylic paint, which I could also do. I don't have the right colours, but if I want to do more coloury bokeh, you know? There's a lot of options to play here. This background would also look amazing entirely covered in glitter. But I'm a sucker for glitter, so, you know. We have a lot of options. Can't wait. I don't know how long I'm going to be here for, but I'm chilling till my hubby gets off the phone with work. No worries, Lexi. This is not a regular stream day for me. It's currently Wednesday at 10:30 AM in New Zealand, in Aotearoa. I usually stream Tuesdays at 9 AM, so yesterday. So this time yesterday, normal stream time. And then on Fridays, which is today's Wednesday, Thursday. So 2 more days this time. Well, an hour ago we start, basically. We start at 9 AM, it's 10:30 AM. But 9 AM for a few hours, we usually stream. So yeah, Tuesdays, Fridays, and then Sundays are my regular stream days. But yeah, we're just having a bit of a bonus stream today because I was in the mood. So, like, why not? So I'm glad you could be here on this random stream. Jackie, hello, lovely. How are we going? How are we? Yeah, I'm doing really good. We are 2 weeks post-op now. I had my first little, I wouldn't even call it a complication, but I've had my first little like hiccup yesterday because we babysitted the nibblings. We a nibbling, and of course children are children, and children get excited and also don't understand. And before I realized it, child jumped on my stomach. So totally by accident, like nothing more than the child being the child and not realizing, and me not clicking what they were doing and being like, whoa, no. So yeah, we've got a little bit of pain, and it's the first time I've really experienced pain since the op, but it's not bad. Like, I'm not even on any painkillers today. I can just feel it's a bit spasmy in there, but we'll just be gentle and just be cautious. There's definitely no upseas of shadow today. Shadow's definitely not allowed to be picked up today. Dang, it's early for you. It's 6:33 PM there. Yeah, good old Kiwi time zones. It's even earlier for Jackie because Jackie's Australia, so it's 8 AM over there. So, yeah, time zones. But now it's a beautiful, crisp winter morning here in Aotearoa. The skies are finally blue. We finally don't have downpour of rain. That beautiful winter crispness where it's just fresh but still refreshing. A little icy. There's cloud all around the mountain. I can't see the Maunga, so I don't know how Maunga Taranaki is looking today, but hopefully the mountain's getting a little bit of a snow cover. I do like when the snow is on the mountain and then I get to see the mountain, but I'm not going to see Maunga Taranaki today. Yeah, Namutu is gorgeous today. I am very grateful to live in Aotearoa and enjoy the beautiful countryside. Again, I have quite a pretty view from my window, so it's quite nice to just sit here. There's like a little bit of a breeze, so the trees are all dancing in the wind as well, which I love. Yeah, you have to be very careful and don't lift anything. Yeah, I've been pretty good about it. I basically, like, if it's heavier than a bottle of milk, I don't lift it. Which Shadow the cat is heavier than a bottle of milk, but also it's Shadow and cats don't understand, and sometimes you just got to give Shadows a little bit of cuddles, because I think cat cuddles are very essential for recovery. Oh, sneezing not so much though. Oh, at least it wasn't too bad of an internal shake. But oh, they're fun. They're fun. Oh, that is because the pollens are picking up with the wind. Only issue of the wind. Thank you. Thank you, Lexi. Hey, fever. And so the car has been returned, so that means I can go out and pick up lunch, and I'm kind of in the mood to get like a little bit of a takeaway lunch today. Like, I know I'm in a like takeaway mood, you know, but I don't know what I want. But I do think I want to go and pick up something for lunch. It's been a while since I've had takeaways, so I'm just sort of in that mood. Chinese or poke bowl? We do have a poke bowl place, but I don't think they're open today at lunch. And honestly, they're not as good as they used to be. They used to be absolutely amazing, but then they had to kind of, like a lot of places, they kind of had to like balance the rise in costs, and so like a lot of things just aren't quite as seasoned as well. It could just be the time that I went recently, and like the person they had on, you know, cooks can have off days. Yeah. Pizzas with poppers and Coke. Oh, I was half debating pizza. Chinese isn't a bad idea. Just trying to think where I could go that's also open, because not everything's open. And like the only Chinese that's open is terrible greasy Chinese, which isn't what I want. I'd want to go to the authentic Chinese place, and then I could pick up like some chicken and noodles for mum as well. But I think the only one that's open is up like 4 flights of stairs and doesn't have an elevator. So I think that one's out too, unfortunately. Again, I would have to do some research, but a lot of things don't open for lunch. I live in a kind of, like, it's not a smallish town, but it's not a main centre. Like, there's about, I think there's 80,000 in my town. Like, it's a reasonable sized town, but it's not a main centre. So, yeah. About that sneeze, I've had, yeah. You feel good on the outside, but don't know what's happening on the inside. That is pretty much the summary of it. I feel great on the outside. But yeah, inside, just when you sneeze, the sneeze is it when it sneezes. Pizza sounds good right now. Honestly, pizza is like my favorite takeaway. Like, you know, we all have that comfort takeaway, that all thing, and pizza is such a strong memory of childhood and nostalgia and good times, and I think that's why I do love pizza, even though pizza does not love me. But my gosh, do I love it. I could also just go to a bakery and pick up a classic kiwi pie. Go and pick up a meat pie. Not being open is not on my brain radar. In America, almost everything is open all the time. Yeah, your city's 4 million plus, yeah, so a bit of a difference there. But yeah, I do know that the hours are a bit different. Like, some places do like small lunchtime openings and stuff like that on a Wednesday, but still not everything is open. Trying to go to places on a Monday, a lot of the cafes and restaurants and stuff don't even open on a Monday. So you have your classics like your McDonald's and Burger King that are open, but yeah, if you're trying to go to like a cafe for a coffee or something on a Monday, it's like, whoops. Mum had that issue when I was in my surgery, because her and my aunt went for a coffee while I was, you know, under, and they went to go to a cafe and they're like, oh wait, it's Monday. What's actually open? I think they found somewhere eventually, but a lot of the like good places were closed. Only fast food places are open all the time, to be honest, pretty much. What's your favorite kind of pizza? So I know Hawaiian is like, or pineapple pizza, ham and pineapple is like people are like hit or miss on it. I really like it because A, nostalgia, it was my childhood order, but B, it's one of the few ways I can eat pineapple, because raw pineapple is actually a bit of an allergen for me. It causes my mouth to tingle and swell. It's the same with kiwi fruit. It's the same pollens that are also in some strawberries as well. So that's a bit of a trigger food for me. I am also lactose and gluten intolerant, so a pizza is like an absolute gastronomical nightmare for me. Freaking love it still. But because the pineapple on pizza is canned pineapple, so it goes for a canning pressurization and then it's cooked again on the pizza, it's one of the few ways I can eat pineapple and not react, because the cooking process cooks out that pollen that makes my mouth irritate. So it's like I can actually eat this and not worry about an irritation. I mean, I have still the cheese and gluten irritations, but I can at least eat the pineapple. So it's like one of my favorite ways, because it's a few ways I can eat pineapple. Pineapple and ground beef, yeah. Chicken and pineapple with extra pineapple and extra pineapple. It might be too much pineapple for me, but I can get behind a chicken and pineapple too. But yeah, ham and pineapple, or Hawaiian as we call it here, it's a classic that I grew up with, and it's just, there is that comfort in it. And again, pizza is that sort of childhood comfort food, so it's that nostalgia of it. But then if I'm not ordering, plus, you know, the ham and pineapple is one of the cheapest ones too, so it's also like a really cheap one. But if I'm being fancy, I do love a good like chicken and pesto with like spinach and like a garlic roasted tomatoes, which is like this really deluxe one that this deluxe pizza place makes, and it's on like this really thin crust with like fresh mozzarella, and they put like fresh basil on top as well. So it's basically like a cheese, tomato and chicken pesto pizza, but oh, so good. Yeah, that one's good, but that one's like very expensive. Like I could get 6 to 8 Hawaiian pizzas for the price of that one. So that's very much a treat gourmet pizza one. But it's a good time as well. That's, yeah, from a very fancy pizza place. I love thin crust rather than deep pan. Deep pan is too much dough. Yeah. I do like thin crust. We have like classic crust, deep crust, and then thin crust. And I like either the classic or the thin, but the deep is too much. That's what most people go for, is the deep. And I'm like, no, give me the medium or the thin. Hi, Shadow. I'm sorry, but I'm not picking you up today. We're in too much pain. You have to come up all on your own, Sim, if you're going to make it up. You chose a good time because I just finished the watercolor. Come on, I know you can claw up. Don't look at me like that. You can claw up. You can claw up. God, your breath stinks today. Oh, cat food. No? Okay, you're not even going to try and claw up. Good cat. My cat Shadow is here, if you haven't gathered by the fact that I'm talking to the floor. He's a black cat with a little bit of a golden undertone where he gets sun bleached and he's got a little white spot. And he likes cuddles a lot. Try barbecue chicken but add pineapple. Ooh, that does sound good. I love stuffed crust. Yeah, if I get medium crust, it's usually stuffed because it's like thin crust or a stuffed crust. Because I don't eat the crust, so on like the classic crust pan, or even on the thin crust, I don't eat the crust because they're like just bread. But if it's stuffed crust, I will eat the crust because crusts are crusty. I also don't eat the crusts on toast loaves. I love barbecue base, but that sets off my IBS. See, that's interesting because I actually find tomato base sets off my IBS a lot. But tomatoes can be a bit of a trigger for me. But the barbecue base I could see as well, because barbecue generally has quite a bit of sugar in it. So I can see that setting off an IBS base as well. Yeah. Again though, if I'm going to get pizza, like we're triggering all the IBS triggers already with pizza. So it's like, I go into pizza knowing I'm going to pay the price for pizza. We don't have pizza expecting to be functional. Naughty, naughty, naughty cat. Hello? Oh, have you got goobies in your eye again? Do we need to give you another tea bag spa day? Oh, you can't be on here, cat. You know this. You know you're not allowed on the arts because you drool on the arts. Hey, how you feeling today? Yeah, you want some treats? You want some treats? Yes, this is Shadow. Let me just go here. And hope he doesn't show his cat butt on stream. He's a bit rude. I do apologise if we get any cat butts. But that's what he's hanging out for. He loves his treats. The old-fashioned Pizza Hut. Oh my gosh, we were talking the other day about when I was a kid. Because again, we were talking about, Mum and I were talking about pizza. Because she was like, I don't understand pizza for you, but I think fish and chips is kind of the same for her. But we were talking about the old-fashioned Pizza Huts. We used to be able to dine in. We don't have dine-in Pizza Huts anymore, but they used to have the Pizza Hut buffets. And we went there a lot when I was a kid because it was really cheap. And for a family of 5 that was on a very limited budget, it was all you could eat. So my dad could eat tons. My brother, one of my brothers didn't eat pizza. He was a very particular eater, but he would eat French fries and dessert. So he could still eat a lot because he could get unlimited French fries and he could go and get unlimited ice cream and jelly. And then my other brother would eat just like plain cheese pizza or Hawaiian pizza. I could get like tons of pizza. I loved pizza, so I was always very happy to go there. But there was also like a pasta bar, so Mum really enjoyed it too. Well, not enjoyed it, but she could eat and actually have a good meal too. And again, it was cheap for 5 of us to go and eat there. And we used to do that a lot, and we don't have any more of the Pizza Hut dine-ins, but oh, core memory unlocked. Yeah, the salad bar and the tomato salad dressing, yeah, and the dessert pizza as well, and just the hot fudge sundaes. Like, so many memories. I used to get so much of the chocolate mousse, and yeah, we went there a lot. It was great. Yeah, so this is Shadow. This is lovely, lovely Shadow. Who knows, he's not really meant to be picked up at the moment, but I still fuck him up, and I'm not going to, but also it's a kitty, and how can you not? All good, Lexi. Thank you so much for popping in. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. We're doing some more colouring in a minute. We're just, you know, showing Shadow some love. We have to take the art off the desk, though, because he is a drooler. So if I don't take the art off, he will drool on the desk and he will drool on the artwork. So this is why we take the art off. Such a beauty. Yeah, so he's a black cat, but you can see his sun bleaching there because he loves to go and sleep in the sun. So he does have a little bit of a brown warm tone to him. So this is why we've coloured Leon with that brown base, because even though Shadow is a black cat, he's got an absolute warm golden tint to him because of the sun bleaching. And then he's got, come here, he's got his little white belly mark up here, and then he has got a bit of a white belly under here as well that doesn't always get seen, and I usually forget to colour that in, but I always do his little chin one, so we'll do his little chin one. Yeah, it's Shadow's journey. Yay, you're gonna make my nose all itchy and full of cat fur again, and then I'm gonna be itchy and sneezy. Yes I am. You still stink of cat fur. Of cat food. You smell like disgusting meat. You're lucky we love you, even though you're smelly. Oh, cat breath. I tell you, his breath has been rank lately. Also, yes, hi Appeline. Welcome in. It's Shadow's journey starting. Your Pizza Huts were very different to US Pizza Huts. This is like going back 20 plus years. We don't have dine-in Pizza Huts anymore now. It's just a takeaway place. But yeah, just I miss the dine-in Pizza Hut experience. It was good. Yeah, my black cat, tuxedo cat, is black but looks brown in the sun. Yeah, so that's very much Shadow as well. He's a black cat, but he looks brown when the sun hits him. Hamish even sniffs with his wet nose and leaves nose smudges or licks the pages. Oh no. No, Shadow's a drooler. He's drooled all over my hand right now. You still have dine-in Pizza Hut there with the salad bar? Oh my god, I need to come and visit just to go to dine-in Pizza Hut for the core memory of my childhood. Be like, oh, dine-in Pizza Hut. We don't have a dine-in pizza place at all. We have takeaway pizza places, which is still like great, but it's not the same. Yeah. Alright. You want downsies? You can go downsies. Here you go. You've had your pets, you've had your treats. I have cat drool all over my hands now, and cat fur up my nose. And we have cat fur on the desk. So, first things first. And the drool. We wipe down the desk. You can see some of the cat fur. We remove all the drool. And then I might actually go and wash my hands, because again, I have got a lot of cat drool on them. But I also need to pop to the bathroom. And we have been going for almost 2 hours. So it's like the perfect time to take a little break. Do a little bit of self-care, and that will just give this a little bit longer to keep drying, and then we can carry on with the next stage. Can pull out the hairdryer anyway, but yeah, no bleed through, no nothing, a little bit of buckling, but and it's me, I like overload my pages with water, so yeah, it's handled all the Neocolor pretty well. But yeah, it's a good opportunity to take a little break here, And as I said, I need to pop to the bathroom. So we'll do that, and then I can wash my hands and give my nose a blow and make sure the fur's gone. And then we'll come back, and hopefully by then I would have figured out what I want for lunch. Although with all this talk of pizza now, I'm like, maybe I need to get pizza. I will have a dogged money intention. I'll catch you another time, Amy. All good. It's wonderful to have you here, even for a little bit. I need to catch up with you. I need to catch up with your videos. I've got so many videos to catch up on. I auto-played one of Zoe's last night when I was asleep. Like, it was Zoe's stream, and then I woke up and I was playing a Sims video, so I rolled back over. Then I woke up and it was auto-playing a Zoe video, and I rolled back over, and then I looked at my history and I realised it had auto-played a couple of videos in my colouring queue, so I need to change those. So many videos to catch up on. I'll get there eventually. But yeah, so we're going to take a little break. I'll see you all in a moment. I'm going to press the button, not the ending button, the break button, and I'll see you in a moment. Okay. Oh, that's better. Sometimes you just gotta go. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a good stretch break. You did what you needed to do, and you're feeling good and refreshed. Kia ora, Mandy. Welcome in. Apologies for coming in during a quick little bathroom break. But you gotta go. Alright. So, we are back to working on this page. I'm gonna, apologies, we're gonna do a little bit of bouncing in and out today, so hopefully things aren't too, I usually try to keep things on like one zoomed in point, but there's a little bit of bounce in, bounce out today, so it's going to be one of those things where I want to kind of show you what I'm doing, but I also need to sort of show you the whole visual, so yeah. Right, so we are practically dry, but I'm going to just blast it with a hairdryer just very, very quickly, just to ensure it's like uber dry. Because acrylic paint pens can be a little funny on slightly damp paper, because it adds water to it. Hi Sherry, kia ora, welcome in. So let me just get this. Right. It was practically dry, but it's just ensuring that the core of the paper is really dry, and that's why we did both sides of it. You can see just how much it's already, like, it shrunk a little bit, because it's buckled up, and like water, when you add water to a paper, it spirals and expands and then shrinks back down, so you know, it changes how the paper is basically. So yeah, but it's not bad. I don't mind if a page is a bit buckled. It hasn't bled through, it hasn't even shadowed through. There's just a little bit of overlap on the edge, which is on me, because you can see there where I pushed it over the edge and it just trapped underneath. Okay, so we got nice dry crunchy paper, which is what we want. We don't want any wetness in the paper. Has that nice crinkle. Yeah, it has that satisfying, like, I don't think the mic's going to pick up the sound, but you know that sound of like paper that's being, yeah, so hopefully it sounds alright. Millie, hello, just popping in a bit before D&D. Oh, that's exciting. Wednesday is my D&D day, which is why I don't normally stream today, because this fortnight is D&D at night. I do moderation for a D&D live stream, and then during the day on the opposite weeks, because it's fortnightly, I run my D&D group. So yeah, good day for D&D. His background is wild. Thank you. Hopefully we'll tone it down a bit. We're experimenting. We're gonna see how this goes. Ooh, probably shouldn't be lifting this tub either. How do you use your Posca paint pens? I use them in lots of different ways. Today we're going to be doing a bit of finger painting with them. It depends on the piece, it depends on the effect, it depends on the things under it. Like, yeah, it's not a one answer question for that one, unfortunately. It really depends, and I hate giving the answer it depends, but genuinely that's the answer, it depends. Do we not have music playing? Or are you just super quiet? Are you playing music, or are you just very quiet? You're supposedly playing. Oh yeah, there's a bit of it. It's just like, it's very quiet. Started episode run of Critical Role 3. I didn't get very far into it though. It's a lot to take in, I find. Yeah. Critical Role is a lot to consume. It's a lot to go through. There are, again, as I said, number 2 is something I prefer the story of number 2. I myself have struggled with number 3. but it is, because it's the latest, well, it's the one that they recently finished. It has got the most tech, and you know, it's quite good in that sense. There are other options as well. There's quite a few podcasts that I can link you to, which are great because you can have them on in the background while you're doing other things. Actually, I was talking last night with a friend, and we were talking about Dungeons and Daddies, which the running joke is not a BDSM podcast for that. It's about 4 dads finding their kidnapped kids using the D&D system. And then Adventure Maidens is another really good one as well. They just introduced one of the characters in the robot character. Yeah. So yeah, you're still getting into character introductions. It takes a hot minute when they're first starting to find their dynamic as a group as well. So yeah, my husband is playing Baldur's Gate 3. I need to play Baldur's Gate 3. I have Baldur's Gate 3. I've played the introduction. I was not prepared for the introduction, and then I went nope and walked away, and haven't gone back to it. I keep meaning to. Everyone tells me I need to. I know there's a lot of wonderful characters and lore, and I would probably really, really like it. And I've said, you know, the big reason I couldn't really do it is I don't really have, like, all the hours to sink into it. But then in the last 2 weeks, I've spent 60 hours in The Sims. So it's like, I clearly have the time to sink into a game. But The Sims is like, no thinky sink. Whereas, like, you need to think with Baldur's Gate. Speaking of, hi bye. If I saw Baldur's Gate and sends an invite, I think I need to do it. I've been avoiding everybody's Baldur's Gate, so I don't have an idea of the plot or the storyline. I don't know anything about it. Again, I've only played that introduction and then I never got further, so I really should. But yeah. I got so overwhelmed by the quantity of Critical Role stuff out there. I managed to binge the first season of Fantasy High. I think that's the only one I've really finished. Fantasy High is fabulous, and another one that if you want to get into. I often see Fantasy High as a way for people to get into D&D that aren't fans of the fantasy trope, because it's if you took the 1980s high school movies and made it D&D. It's very 1980s high school, but with magic. But the great thing about Fantasy High is it's a very streamlined production. And it's very, very insane as well. So yeah, Fantasy High by Dimension 20. Lot less content to go through if you just go and watch the Fantasy High. Yeah, it's not traditional fantasy. It's not traditional high fantasy. So that's the other thing to carry on to think about if you want that traditional fantasy route, but still another good, much easier way to get into things as well. But yeah, it's like Critical Role is a wonderful deep dive, but it is a lot, and I understand coming into it, it is a lot. Another option too, Zoe, if you with Critical Role, especially for Campaign 3, because they have the abridged episodes, which is where they take the 4-hour episodes and compress it down to about an hour. So that's a really good way to sort of get the vibes of it without having to listen to a 4-hour episode. I believe they're up to about episode 60. So if you don't want to do like the full-on 4-hour episodes, the abridged ones, great way to get the episode without having the full long episodes. If that's words. That's words? I think that's words. I asked Steve what the board had on behind it, the M, and he said the story. Yeah, so what is up in front here is a DM's board. Not every DM uses it. I use it when I'm in play because I have my notes pinned up on there, but I also have quite a few cheat sheets. Because as a DM or Dungeon Master running the game, you often are expected to know a lot about the game. And the rules and the mechanics and these certain things that I just forget a lot or mix up on a lot, and I will have little cheat sheets that I just have stuck all over this board that make my life so much easier that I can quickly refer to and go, oh yeah. One of the things I usually have up there is a list of names, because the amount of times you have to improv a name on the fly, and I'm like, yeah, words. Or name. I don't know name. So, yeah, that's one of the things I usually have stuck up there too. Your first game is not complete by? My goodness, it's been going a while too, so yeah, I do want to play Baldur's Gate. I have the Baldur's Gate. I don't think I could stream Baldur's Gate. I'm pretty sure that's another one that my PC wouldn't handle streaming. But yeah, I love their assignment. Yeah, they're very into it, and it's good. Hi Jerry, kia ora, welcome in. Yeah. So what are the others writing down in their notebooks? They're making notes of the story, characters, yeah. Notes, characters, initiative, miniatures of monsters, hidden dice rolls, all sorts of stuff behind the screen. The characters are, the players are probably using their notebooks to take down notes about anything happening in the game. A couple of the players are players who like to take notes, and the DM, Matthew Mercer, is well known for building very deep and complex stories where a chance encounter with somebody could turn out to be something down the road. So a couple of them are very prolific at taking a lot of notes about everything. Some of them will just be writing down like the other players' characters, because this is the first time they're meeting them. So yeah, some of them take more notes than others. Notes are technically optional. Some of my players like to take a lot of notes when I run a game. Some of my players don't take any notes at all. Yeah. It does help when you are running like a very long-term game. So for example, the game that I DM, we've been playing that for 2.5 years, I think, all up so far, with some breaks in there, but roughly for 2.5 years. So it helps for them to have notes. We're playing through a story based on Strixhaven, which is a magical school. So basically they're university students in this campaign. And so they've got things like their teachers' names and what various teachers might do, and different locations around the school, and different bits and pieces, and they can go back and refer and go, oh yeah, can we go and talk to this dude? And then I have to try and remember who this dude is, because I named that person on the fly and I didn't take down a note of what this person actually does. Yeah, the DM curse of improving something and then your players bring it up 4 months later and go, hey, that thing, and it's like, yes, I totally remember that thing and did not make that up on the fly, and it totally had a purpose. A lot of what D&D is just making stuff up on the fly to tell a great story together. And that's what I love about tabletop roleplay games, is the telling of the story together. We made it, yeah, but one of the players had a baby, so we were on a big break. That's valid. That's valid. Sometimes life happens, you know? And, you know, baby is a very good reason to have a break. Right, so I have been shaking up a Posca for a while. This is a 1.8 to 2.5 millimeter Posca. It's a chunky Posca. I don't always use these ones, but this is a good place to use one. So what we're going to try and do here is create a Bokery style background. Again, this is not going to be exact, but we are going to try and create sort of like these illusions of these Bokery backgrounds. I don't know if this is going to work. We're kind of figuring this out as we go along. But with these Bokery backgrounds, we have these lighter spots. Now, I know some people choose to colour around and leave lighter spots. I can't be bothered doing that. I find it easier to put a base colour down and then lighten areas. So that's where the paint pen comes in. So my idea is, I have no idea if this is going to work, but we'll try it, is we draw a circle on. Now that's too bright. Then we're going to use the good old fingers. And we're going to lift up. And we're going to be removing paint pen and a little bit of colour, and then in theory, actually, you know what might be better, and I have one right here, If we use a sponge, yes, this is a dirty sponge, it will still do the job. No, I don't like the sponge. I don't have as much control. And it's spreading it too much. And we're just going to dot 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 dot. See, we're getting a little bit of that bokeh effect. Like, it is lifting. It's going to make my hands messy as heck, and I just washed my hands, but I think it'll read as bokeh. Like, I think it'll work. So we're just going to do dots of different size, and then we dot them out. And then because if we look at the example, there's also different layers of, like, depth. So where we've already done a circle, if we do another circle on top, it should be more opaque because it's adding another layer. So yeah, I think it'll work. We can only try. I mean, we're obviously trying. We've already started. I could probably use a paper towel actually to lift some of this too, so it's not just on my fingers. And then we could probably like go back into some of these bigger circles and add more in the center. And we could use like pencils to also deepen up certain ones if we want to add more contrast, or if we want to add color. Let's just add a bunch of the little dots in. And then I was thinking also we could take like a thinner paint pen and do like more opaque dots as well. So a couple of little yeah, basically we're just adding highlights, like just effects on top and pulling forward. But then what I was also thinking is we'll grab this, is we can also use pencil to deepen up certain areas and add more depth in and recede things back or clean things up. We could probably use a little bit of white. I don't think I have a white out on the table, but we can also use pencil to make some like really crisper circles, because some of the circles are a little bit more crisper as well. So if we want to like really bring things up like that. I know, we're kind of experimenting. We're going to make it up as we go along. But I do like the lifting up and making the paint pen less opaque. It's giving it a bit of sheer. Because you can work back over the top with Polychromos pencils, and you can sort of deepen and develop colours a bit. And if I don't like anything that I do, I can just come back over with a paint pen and add a more opaque dot. So let's add, speaking of, let's add a couple like really bright dots in there too. And then that also kind of helps with like some of these textures, and yeah, I don't know. I think I like it anyway. I don't know if it's like actual bokeh, but it's bokeh-y, and that's kind of what we're going for. And by adding in this white, we will also tone down this background a bit. But as I said, I might come in with a white pencil and also pastelize this background just a little bit more. Messy hands. We're gonna get messy. But it's also fun when you get messy. I used to like hate getting messy when I was colouring. So it's like, no, I can't stand anything on my hands. And now I'm like, fingers are the perfect blending tool. Just, they work really well. They do the job. Yeah, no, I think I like that. Alright, we just gotta go over everything now. just a little bit. Just a little bit of area to cover. My brain's still like, you could put glitter on this, Amy. You could glitterify this. It's like, I know, brain, but it doesn't mean we should glitterify it. But also, it would look pretty spectacular being glittery. Like, just saying. Just saying. Do, 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 do. I'm going to force break from colouring. A subluxated? I'm not sure that word. I'm guessing broken or like separated. Middle name. Oh, that sounds painful. I hope you a speedy recovery. I hope you're managing to find some creativity to partake in while you can't hold a pencil. So another form of creativity to keep you going. Partial dislocation. Okay. Oh. No, thank you. But yeah, I wish you a speedy recovery. I hope things pass quickly. So much paint pen. Oh, I pressed down a little bit there. We could have had a paint pen explosion, but also would make it work if it happened. But still, let's try not to make a paint pen explosion. Like a sponge, absorbing new techniques. I love that. Like, research time. It's looking pretty. Thank you, Zoe. Love the colours. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sherry. Yeah, and it's still a little bit more vibrant than I intended. But again, we've still got a lot of this paint pen to go. And it is like like it does pastelize. So I'm waiting to see. I may still go in with a bit more white pencil to just like really pastelize some areas. But I do like how it's progressing. Like that little area up there is kind of the sort of chaos that I envisioned. And this is why we weren't too pedantic about the background being like perfectly blended, because I knew I was going to come in here and like finger blend a bunch of paint pen as well. So it's like this is going to get messy and full of different textures, so it's okay, because the differing textures of the background will also help with the paint pen different textures. I like how the sponsor is working. Very cool. Me too, Yana. I'm sitting here watching like, ooh. I'm glad. I'm glad it's kind of working how I envisioned. Like I knew the finger technique would do what I kind of envisioned, but it's also hard to explain. Like it's a lot of mess. This is what I was meaning. It's going to get messy and it's going to get funky, but yeah, like there's something about paint pen, Posca paint pens, and like the translucency you can achieve by sort of finger blending them a bit. I often blend my paint pens with my fingers. Like it's the same technique we did on the background of Erie as well. When I was doing all those clouds, and I used my finger to sort of blend out the clouds. So, I mean, in theory, you could probably use a blending stump or a paper towel or something if you don't want to use your fingers, but I just use my fingers because it's easy. My fingers are there. Does the job. But yeah. And depending how long you leave the paint pen to sit before you start blending will determine how much translucency you get from the pen. So the colours of the page help balance the boldness of the sky. Yeah, that's the other big thing that I'm trying to remind myself of, Zora. You're exactly right. Because the foreground is so white right now, this background's going to look more vibrant. So like if I choose to pastelize the background some more, it won't be till I've colored the foreground, because the foreground's going to make quite a difference, especially when we color in Shadow, aka Leon, because that's going to be a lot of black, and that's going to be our real pop of the page. And normally when you do a page and you think of a pop of color, you would think lots of gray and white and neutrals and then a pop of color. Like if you're thinking of a room, a lot of rooms will have that feature wall for a pop of color, and it'll be whites and grays and neutrals, and then boom, bright color. We're doing the opposite. We're doing bright colors and then boom, pop of black. It's still a pop of color. It's just a different way of thinking of a pop of color, and it is going to change how our colors look. So yeah, I won't be doing the final like pastelization in the background until I've done the foreground. And then if I still think the background is too vivid compared to the foreground, we will layer on and pastelize the background, because that will also create some depth by having like rich vibrant colors at the front but more pastel colors at the back will create the illusion of depth as well. So yeah, Shadow will be the main focus because he'll be the boldest. Exactly. I'm so excited to see how it's going to turn out. So another stream same time tomorrow, Amy. We'll see. I may have to do some errands tomorrow. But if I'm in the zone, like maybe. Yeah. We'll be back Friday, definitely. So there will be 1 or 2 days for sure. But yeah, it just, I hate not being able to say for certain, like, yeah, definitely. But there's so many factors, especially with like my body. I could wake up tomorrow and be in a full body spasm, and so it's like, it's bed day. Yeah, I might have to do, you know, life stuff tomorrow. But I may not, you know? There's not a lot that I can think of. Like, we're doing groceries on Monday. It's just if I want to go and do any, like, if I want to pop out anywhere, or if Mum needs to pop out anywhere. Like, Thursday's kind of our go-to shopping day, if we need to pop to the shops for anything. And I haven't actually been to a particular shop in a while, and I'm tempted to go there because they sometimes have colouring books, and I haven't checked out the colouring books in ages. Whoop! Okay, that's what I was fearing. We can still work with this. Paper towel! So, if you get a Posca explosion, and you have to work with these Posca explosions, as you can see here, don't fret, don't panic, don't immediately start going ugh and spreading it everywhere. It's paint. It will dry. So, first off, open your marker off the page and just check if there's any explosion you need to clean up on here and extra paint. And then we're going to take some extra paint off our tip. You can also use a dry paintbrush for this, because you have got paint on the page. So clean, dry paintbrush, pick it up, start working with it. Treat it like a paint well, get rid of some of that bulk. This is where the paper towel comes in. You can also use a paper towel. If you don't need, you can slowly dab it up with the corner. Just very, very gently. You're not trying to spread it, you're just trying to pick it up. But we can actually use a bunch of this, so I'm going to use it. Again, it's just acrylic paint. It's a slightly watery acrylic paint. It's not the end of the world. And if in doubt, glitter it out. And if worst comes to worst, we'll turn it into a glitter spot. So we're going to use our brush because we can get little dots. And we're just going to do some extra little dots in here. Magic dots. And we're also going to take this opportunity to bring it right up around the plants, because the plants are a little hard sometimes to get into. So since we've got a fine tip brush, I'm going to do that with a finer Posca later on. Take the opportunity. So yeah, I'm using this as an opportunity to do a bunch of the solid white dots, so it like really brings in a bit of depth. I can still use this to do our pastelized dots. Blend out. These are a little juicier than our normal Posca dots, so just being a bit cautious. We can do round two. So we're basically trying to get away some of the bulk of the explosion, because when it pops out it explodes a lot. So just trying to get some of that bulk gone. Use tissue to pick some of that up. It's just a bit much. Alright, and then it's gone a bit splotchy for my liking, but we can use that as a guide of where to put our more solid dots. My hands are shaking a little bit because I'm trying to do too much at once, and I actually need to stop for the sake of my hands, but I also need to do this before this paint pen does dry down entirely. So we'll stop in a minute, hands. We're wasting the time here a little bit, but we have got most of that bulk down now, so we're down to a sort of more flat surface area, and then we're just going to clean it up by doing a nice big round. And then just so it doesn't look so out of place, we'll put some bright white around it. We had a couple of big spots already, so we don't need to do too much. Just clean it up, make it a nice big circle, and then boom, our splatter has been fixed. And now you can't even tell that we had a bit of a splatter there. Just use up the last that's on this brush, because why not? Why not? Then you go in to soak. Now we can give our hands a break. So I feel like we are achieving, it's like bokeh. It's a very busy bokeh, but also sort of like magical glitter. Like I feel like we're creating glitter here. It's probably better to call it glitter. If it was true bokeh, I think it would have more colors in it. I think we wouldn't just use white. I think we would use different colors. Which would be probably a little bit more accurate, because it would be like picking up the greens and the blues, but that can get real muddy with paint pens if you're going to do that. It is how I did, like, I don't think the page is around here anymore. It is. So it is how I did, for example, the clouds in here. These are paint pens that have been layered on top of water-based paints. And I use different ones and use my fingers to kind of smush them to make clouds. But the yellow with the pink does go a bit muddy. So that's one of the big things to consider if you're going to do different colours, is how are those paint pens going to interact and how muddy is it going to get. Which is why I chose to just go white, because at least then I don't have to worry about it. And it will stay clean, but still look cute. Hi Stardust! Hello. Welcome in. How are you going today? Right, I lost my lap blankies and all of that. Which is actually a Doctor Who TARDIS dressing gown and a little crochet blankie. Because it's cold. So cold today. Whew, excuse me. Okay, so there's our Posca. We'll just keep giving our hands a break for a second before we carry on. Picture is very beautiful. I love the rainbow. Thank you. Yeah, I'm liking how it's progressing. Still got a little bit of work to do. We've still got more background dots, but yeah, we're getting there. And then I'm excited to start getting into it. I want to start with the cat, but I think I should leave the cat till last, because it's the thing that I'm most excited to colour. So should leave that till last and actually do all the plants first, because the plants I'm least excited to colour. But, you know, should do the plants. Alright. Back to the dots. Needs to be blended out. And then we've got Tylee in here, so we'll just add in some bits around here. 32 Celsius here. I can send this heat your way. Please do. Not all of it, but yeah, just a little bit. Just warm it up a few degrees. It's probably not actually too bad. I just feel the cold very easily, as you all know. Right, I've done this a really... I don't know why I did it again. I started in the middle of, like, somewhere I really probably shouldn't have started. And now I'm, like, in, like, an odd area. That's okay. We'll make it work. Right. So as we get more into the greens, I don't think we'll do as many bokeh spots. Like, I kind of want to leave the bokeh for the pink, purple, yellow. But as we head to the darker green, we'll do a few less of the spots. You're purple? YouTube's decided you're purple today. Tomorrow's supposed to go up to 41 Celsius with the humidity factor. Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, that's too hot. No, thank you. You can keep that. Yeah, it's definitely a winter day here. It is a beautiful winter day. Like, it's not raining, you know, it's blue skies. It's just one of those very crisp winter days where it's, like, cold. Alright, so just to balance out that big circle that we did down there, we're going to chuck another big opaque circle up there, because we are going to have to put a couple of these around. We've kind of got one naturally formed there, so we'll just define it. Probably need one up here somewhere too, but we can do that one later. Yeah, that just helps balance it a bit. The only thing I wouldn't get my head around is Christmas in the middle of summer. I mean, I haven't known anything else, so I'm kind of used to it. But it is kind of a wild trip that we sing, like, you know, Winter Wonderland and, you know, Christmas carols talking about the snow and all that. And it's like the middle of summer and we're all melting. I learned not to use paint pens on the couch. I opened it and now these green splashes on my beige lampshade. Had to remove. Yeah. I mean, they are genuinely usually acrylic paints, but because they're, like, thinned down and stuff, they can get pretty, especially if it's, like, a not fibrous, like, fabric-y lampshade. Yeah, those can be fun. Paint pen's one of those things that I'm like, I got paint pen here. Whoops. But I do love it. Like, kind of essential for me right now with this technique. So I'm just doing a couple across there. Sometimes I spot little areas and I'm like, I'm very clearly missing one in here. Alright, I need to sort of... Where's it packed out? There it is. Remove some of the excess off my fingers. Don't want many dots down here. We're just going to let that sort of blend out naturally. We'll put a couple of little dots in there, but it's not a lot that we want down there. And the interior is kind of plastic. I broke it while holding. All good, Stardust. Enjoy your food. What is the time? 11:45. I should probably think about lunch at some point. Haven't 100% decided what we're getting today. Which element you think you might colour first? I am not sure yet. Yeah. I've got, Double A very kindly sent me a list of all the plants on the page. So we'll probably do a bunch of Googling, look at some plants, and then hopefully there'll be one that I'm like, oh, that's pretty, I want to colour that one first. But yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of like plant research and figure out what's going where and whatnot. And from there, hopefully it'll be an obvious, like, we'll start here, but I don't know at this stage. We won't be starting with the cat or the butterfly. Maybe the strawberries. I definitely have strawberry colours already on the table. But yeah, we'll do some Googling, we'll pull up some research and references, we'll look at some pictures, and then we'll decide from there and figure out, you know, because like, you know, flowers come in so many different tones, so we need to figure out our tones and figure out how they're going to work together and what's going where and what's going to look good and all that sort of fun jazz, so... We've still got a hot minute before we get there, because there's still a bit of background work to go. The grape hyacinths are going to look gorgeous against the green-yellow of the page. Yeah. Entirely accidental. I just placed colours. But it's good when things like that work out too. This is a sort of background where you could legit just spend hours just layering and layering and layering and layering. Because you always end up finding like little spots more where you're like, I could add some more in there. I could add some more in there. So it's figuring out where is the stopping point. So a lot of the ones that are in the more green area, I'm blending out and then doing a little bit more opaque center, because we want it a little bit more spaced out in the green. We want it to be like there's more light over here, so it's going to be more densely packed there. And as we come over a little bit less, there's still quite a few because I like the glittery look of a lot of bokeh, but yeah, it's not quite the density that we have on the side. It's still a little bit less. There's less like big ones, less opaque ones, the more little sheer ones. There's still a little bit of a bokeh effect, but over here we want more of the like big white spots. So we're going to go in and create some more opaque dots. Just go back over some of our blends and create a more opaque center basically. Good opportunity to also go around and make sure we've got some that are like right along the edges of flowers, or you know, making sure we've got right up. Just because there's an object there, the bokeh background doesn't stop. We need to make sure we're entirely happy with all the paint pen before we carry on, because the moment I do the foreground, we can't do any more paint pen in the background, because I can colour over the paint pen with pencils, but we can't put the more paint pen on once we start the pencils, because it'll cover up the pencils that we've put there, and then we have to redo the pencils, and that's the whole thing. So once we move on to the pencils for the foreground, we're saying the background's done with the paint pen. Again, we can still go in with pencils and tint. It really does look like glitter. It does feel like we've created a glitter background, which I love. I'm obviously very pleased. Amy, happy with a glitter background? Shock horror. It's like next you're going to say Amy likes coffee. Got some dots in there for sure. I think we're there. just doing a little bit of subtle in the green. You're not really going to see these. It's just to make sure. It's basically making sure there's no flat colour. That's all I'm doing. I'm making sure there's no flat colour. It's like everywhere's speckled. Everywhere's mottled. Everywhere's got depth and dimension. Which is why I used that small brush and lots of water, because I wanted that speckly background, because I knew it would help with this effect. But yeah, I think I'm happy with that. For now, again, we may go over it, we may pastelize it further, but I think with the paint pen and where we're at with the paint pen, we're good. If I need to pastelize it further, or I decide I want more, and you know, I can't use the paint pen because I've done the pencil on top, we can use Prisma and Pablo pencils, because both of them have a certain layer of opacity. And Prismas in particular are nice and soft and will work on top of the paint pen without scratching too much of the paint pen away, and also tint down this page. So that's what we'll do if I decide I want to do more, or I want to pastelize it more. I will pull out the white Prisma, and I can pull out Pablo's for some variations on opacity, and we'll do more dots, and it will bring it right down. So that's our backup plan, but for now I think we're good with the paint pen. And of course the paint pen, so it all dries relatively quickly. So we are going to take another break so I can go and wash my hands, because as you can see we're covered in paint pen now, including thick layers on my fingertips from all the finger blending. So we'll take a quick little break here. I can chuck out my can. And then we'll be back shortly. Looks perfect as is, thank you. Again, I'll wait till I put all the other colours in to 100% judge it, but I like where we're at. I'm happy to say where we're at. It looks like glitter, and that makes me very happy. I love glitter. I'm still very tempted to put a layer of glitter over the background too. Anyway, we'll just take a quick break so I can wash my hands, and then we'll be back shortly. Okay. Oh, much better. Much better. Right. Every time I look at this page, I see another type of flower. Those are either poppies or enemies at the bottom. What's the colour of this page? I need to do that character profiles. I need to finish the boxes, but I'm inspired now. Yes. I've finished 2 pages in Leon Journey, but watching Amy makes me really want to colour it. Yeah! I did the hat and parakeet and Leon and the ice creams. The Leon ice cream page has been so popular. I know I've seen the Leon ice cream page. Did I see the parakeet ones? Oh no, I haven't. Admittedly, I haven't been on Instagram a lot lately because of stuff. Sorry, it took a minute there too, by the way. I decided I needed to go to the bathroom. I finished washing my hands and Nina's like, I need to go to the bathroom. Alright, what am I doing? I know what I'm doing. I'm a functional adult. I'm so not a functional adult. Oh, yeah, the parakeet. Oh, that's cute. I hadn't seen that one. I like that page. They're gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Oh, that's a good page too. Alright. How am I feeling? I'm feeling great. Yeah. Like, 2 weeks post-op, feeling great. Honestly, the biggest trouble I had was I threw my back out because I wasn't moving as much as I normally do because I was told to rest. And then, yeah, yesterday one of my nibblings decided to jump on my tummy, being a child and not understanding. So yeah, like, not bad. It was a child being a child, and just happened so fast that I didn't have a chance to go, whoa, no. So yeah, but we're doing good. We're doing good. Hey, Perfection. Hello. Welcome to bonus stream. Stunning background. Thank you. We've just finished working on it, and I am quite pleased with how it turned out. It's a mixture of Neocolor and paint pen, and lots of finger blending. So we just had to take a break there while I also washed my fingers. Debating getting a pizza delivered for lunch or going down to the bakery. I should have asked Mum when I was out there if she wants me to go and pick her up food for lunch, because that kind of decides it. So yeah, now what I was doing, that's why I had Instagram open. I know what I was doing. I'm a functional adult. I am functioning. Right, we're going back to message. We're going back to Ashley's message, and we have a whole list of flowers to look up. Alright. Right, Google search that one. Ah, you're those ones. Okie dokie. And then that one was the Great Hyacinths. Okay, and then we want that one. Come on. Sorry, go. Yeah, I knew those ones would be straightforward. So those are our little white ones. Because snowdrops only come in white, but that makes sense. But then we also have the strawberry flowers. And then Google search tulips. And then this one. Right, so what are we thinking? Are we thinking these are the bellflowers? Because I got a little bit more pokies than roundies in those ones. I suppose it could be. I've got the 5. I mean, it's still an inspiration point anyway. Alright, so let's start off with what we can start off with, and make sure we're all on images, images, images. Okay, so now we're going to look at a bunch of flowers. Bluebells for those ones? Okay. We can look up bluebells as well. Give me a moment. So, this is the grape hyacinths, which is what we're doing for these ones. Really do like the colour of these. Looks like you can get a few different colour varieties, but I think going with that purpley blue is going to be like the perfect colour for it, because they're just such a pretty colour, and considering that we're on this yellow-green section, that's just going to pop so beautifully. So definitely that's this flower here, our grape hyacinth. We'll do that one. And then we have snowdrops, which I think we can all agree is these ones here, which is of course going to be the white. Come white because it's snowdrops. So looks like you could possibly get some colorways, but I think white, and I think we'll go for like a cooler grey white. They may be a little difficult to see against here, but I'm also going to have to use some paint pen to sort of remove some lines, I think, possibly. I don't know. That one's going to be interesting because it's against yellow, and if I had planned this a bit better, I would have done a more darker colour around there so the white pops a bit more, but we'll make it work. And then of course we have the strawberry flowers, which is down the bottom here by our strawberry plants. So that's again white with the yellowy green centre. But these ones seem to be a little warmer white. There is apparently also a pink strawberry flower, but I think again we'll stick with our classic white. It is still sort of close to snowdrops, but it's further away, and we can do two different types of white. So we can do like a cooler white and a warmer white. So we've got options there, even though it's two lots of white. And then of course we've got our strawberries, so we'll have our reds there. So far we've got purpley blue, red and white. And then we've got tulips. So I'm not sure if these are, maybe this is what the bellflower was. No, because it's the other way around. Or if these are tulips down here. They're definitely tulips up there. I'm just not sure about that one down there. If they're also meant to be tulips. There was also... I don't think it was the lupine. I think that was an option for the grape hyacinths. Yeah. Yeah, to me that looks like it's more inspired by that, so I'm going to cut that one out. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure about these ones down here, if these are tulips or something else. Like if it's a tulip that's opened up, or if it's a different flower. Again, I don't know my flower types, but it also, they don't have to be exact. But up here, definitely tulips, which of course tulips come in a lot. And then the bellflower is bluebells. These ones here, I'm going to zoom you in and then show you, because if we look at these, like, you see how they kind of come to points? And then a lot of the bellflowers I'm looking at, they look like little bells. But they don't have... Oh no, there we go. Like that one there. Okay. Well, the yellow would actually be real pretty. Crocus? Crocus? Okay, let's look up a crocus. Oh, for down the bottom? Oh, I like that. And that is like those colorings. Oh, those colorings, like this one here with that pinky purple gradient is going to be beautiful, because it'll pick up these colors here and bring it straight down there. So that's fabulous. We're going to do crocus. I don't care if it's not the right flower. We're going to do crocus because that's the perfect colors. Like that, this here, the image that I've made big, down in this bottom corner, bringing in those colors. Absolutely perfect. You zoomed? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's a crocus. So we're going to do crocus. So we're going to bring the purples down there. And then I like the idea of doing the yellow bellflowers here, because that actually reminds me of a Ko-Fi flower, which is the flower that I said it reminds me of when I look at it. Now it's not exact, but this is a Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi is Te Reo for yellow. So I like doing that style of flower yellow. Now it's not, I know it's not a Ko-Fi flower. I know that, but I like it. And I also think the yellow again will really bring it across, because we can bring in the bright yellow and bring it across here. So again, it's also balancing the page. We've got the blues down here. We're going to bring in a bit of red down here and white. Now, red hasn't been introduced anywhere else. We're going to have red in the strawberries, and we legit have no other red. So we're either going to have to do red in the butterfly or red in the tulips. Something up here is going to have red. So we'll keep that in mind when we look at tulips. Bluey purple, which will bring down the blues and purples this way. White, which will add a good contrast with our black. The red, which we have to balance. The purpley pink, which will bring down this. Yellow, which will bring this across. So if we look at bringing up the red to the tulips, red or pink, even pinky red would work for our tulips. So I mean, I could do the tulips that I did on the puppies over here and vary, and also bring some yellow up there. We have a lot of options with tulips. Tulips have a lot of options. Let's just search red. We want red, but with a bit more pink in it. Yeah. There's some interesting varieties. Look at all the different patterns. They look like roses with the way the petals will form. This one might have to be a little bit of improvisation. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. And it's kind of red with a little bit of pinky, but they're quite plain red. Like, I feel like we've got an opportunity to add in some details here, because tulips come in such interesting varieties. Like, you know, we don't have to just do one color, you know? Tulips come in such interesting types. God, purple tulips are gorgeous. But we already got a purple. We really... Yeah, I guess that's kind of what we're after there, is that pinky red purple. It's a painting more than a reference. Okay, we might have to come back to that one. We're not going to get to all this today anyway, but we'll just keep that in mind, that we want a reddy pink purple. That one there with the blend on it could be quite pretty too. Right, and then peacock butterfly. Let's have a look. Butterfly. Ooh. That could be an interesting colorway. That would make it more red. And it would give us an opportunity to work a little bit of black and brown in, which would balance out shadow. I'm not too worried about the butterfly for now, because I think I'll leave that one to the end, because it's a perfect opportunity if I feel like a colour needs to be balanced. If I'm like looking at the page and going, no, we have to get more of this colour in, it gives me that opportunity to do that. So I'm not too worried about that one for now. But it's a good thing to keep in mind, because that does have some good colourways in it. I've been cooking up 2 colouring pages that I'm so proud of. I'll soon fix soon. You see my art text? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, that's cute. That's pretty too. Alright. And this is what Perfection has been up to. It's looking very, very pretty. And then I can see that that one's probably in sparkly gel pens, and it's going to be so sparkly and glittery and cute. Love it, perfection. Good job. Optics. Optics. Okay. Right, so we need to start somewhere. So let's start with the strawberries, because I know I've got the reds out on the table already, because we did the reds on Leon. So I've got some reds for strawberries, like the reddy pinks. We'll do the strawberries, and then that will kind of ground everything. And then we can go from there. Since I have so many pencils already on the table. And so we just have a couple of little strawberries down here. Not many, but just a couple. Apparently we have my hair all tangled up in the pencils too. That's always a good idea. That was just yesterday. Itched a colour. No, that's good. It's good that you kind of found... It's the same thing as me. I just kind of found the vibes. Sometimes it doesn't hit for a while and then it's like, I want a colour. And it's good when you find it again. It's also okay if you don't feel the vibes and you don't want to colour. Right, so the other thing we need to think about is light. Now we did do sort of more yellow bokeh up there, and I was kind of imagining the grass and the green is like more here and the light's coming this way. So that's how we're going to operate our lighting. As if we have a bit of a top-down left highlight. Probably don't need this piece of baking paper behind the page so much now, but it's still good to leave there. A little bit more on the like candy pink strawberry vibes than the like juicy red strawberry vibes, but I think it also will tie in a little better if we use a little bit more on the pinky tones. Just because again, we don't have any red, but we do have pink. Hope you're all doing well out there. Don't forget to take a little self-care stretch. Look after yourself. Pretty sure these are the only strawberries. On this page, anyway. Hi, Chai! On the YouTube side. On your lunch break. Welcome in. I suppose it is that time, isn't it, here in Aotearoa? Probably should think about lunch at some point. I hope you're having a good day so far. We're doing a bit of a bonus stream because I was in the mood. So we've just been doing a rainbow bokery style background. And then we just finished that off, and now we're going to work on some bits in the front. So starting off with the strawberries, starting off easy. Some delicious strawberries. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I went a little bit into the strawberry leaf there. That's okay. It'll be fine. Saw a couple colouring books at the Polytech free table and immediately thought of you this morning. Oh, at the free table too. That's awesome. Did you grab them for yourself if you're interested, or leave them for someone else? Oh my gosh, it's like happy days when I go to the alt shop and I find colouring books in there. It's only happened a couple of times. And unfortunately, the first time I found them, I got excited and brought the lot, and then I got them home and realised they were all knockoff ones. But I did actually pass them on to some people, so they don't go to waste. But yeah, it was like... You're going to put little yellow crypts in the strawberry? I might, especially like on the highlight side, I might put some, but I'll probably do that with paint pen a little later on. Like on the darker side, they would be a bit darker, but on the highlight side, they would be more highlighted. So I might do a few yellow bits. In fact, I can probably do that now. Let me just find the yellow. The Posca yellow is quite sheer, I find, so we might have to do a couple. But it does mean it makes it slightly easier to sort of blend out. So you can do it on the highlight side, and then once again, we'll give that a moment to dry down. And once again, we're going to use our fingers, because we want a bit of translucency as it comes around, because we want it to be darker. So we'll just lift off some at the bottom edge to create a little bit of illusion. Left them for someone else? Fair enough. Fair enough. Definitely overfilled my lunch wrap again. Good problem to have, though. Tasty, tasty lunch wrap. It sounds like a good choice, too. Actually, if I did go to the bakery, they do technically do wraps. So I could get like a sandwich or a wrap, and I could get a pie. And you can also check in with Mum and see if she still wants hot chicken that she wanted yesterday. Just do a couple of highlights in the white. And again, we're just going to lift off a little touch. Just so it's not so like, boom, paint pen. It's like, just like subtle highlights. That's one of the things that I love to do, is to just apply paint pen, but then remove some of the opacity of it. So it's not so like, here's a paint pen. It's just like little subtle highlights. So yeah, I will, more often than not, if you see paint pen on the page, I've probably used my finger on it and lowered some of the opacity. You can also work over it with a pencil to tint it and stuff like that. So I might come in and add some sharper bright white highlights just to really represent that highlighted edge. But to do that, I need to have around it all coloured in too, because as soon as I go in with the pencil, it'll scratch it off. So at the end, we might come in and do some sharper highlights, but I like that little touch around there. Because at the end, I imagine I'm probably going to go around a lot of the white flowers too and try and remove some of the black lines. Because that's another thing I'm not a big fan of, is black lines on what is meant to be a white flower where the white edges. It just distracts because black recedes. So unless it's in the shadows, I don't like the black. Right, so we want a very bright green for our strawberry plants. And then real pure green. So let's use some Prussian brew shadows. Have hummus, fish, lettuce, cheese, and tomato in a wrap. Ooh, that sounds good. With the dragon page, the bubbles are in jelly roll glaze pens. Oh, that sounds lovely. Perfection. So much creativity. You need an extender. You're not already an extender. I don't know. And you also need sharpening, because I need you really, really tiny. We're just using a little bit of Prussian blue to deepen up our flowers, and this will also echo that sort of blue tint that we did at the end in the green. Also use probably a little bit of brown on some of our plants to shade, but this blue kind of echoes the blue. I do like colouring strawberry plants. Like, I'm not a fan of colouring flowers and plants too much, but I like colouring strawberries. I like colouring berries, but I like colouring food, so it kind of makes sense as well. Like, you know, it's not colouring flowers. I don't mind flowers. Flowers are very pretty. I find it a lot easier to colour flowers when I've looked up references, so I appreciate it when you all are here to say, hey, it's this flower, or try this flower. Because it's a lot easier than me just going, let's colour. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I've got a very old whip in Layla Julie. And as much as I love her work and what people do in her work, I haven't gotten any others of her books because it's not for me. But that doesn't make it wrong by any means if you enjoy colouring that. Enjoy colouring that. And it's just not my cup of tea, and that's okay. Alright, so this is the stem here. Actually, we will put a little bit more at the bottom here. I'm off camera. Sorry about that. Deepen up this bottom area because it is quite a far ways to the bottom. And then we'll take that zinc yellow. Just use that to get those real high spots because it's quite a yellowy. A little bit of green gold. Tone it down and add a bit of brownie tone in there. You should really be in an extender. So enjoying a can of iced peach tea from the fridge. Wednesdays again are free drinks and snacks which all get snapped up fast. I could imagine. That sounds so good. I love when work gives you snacks. I don't get that because I work from home. So I have to provide my own snacks. Which, snacks. Okay. And then we have the flower plants here and then assorted leaves. So those are potentially strawberry leaves as well. They do kind of give strawberry leaf vibes. Although that being said, I was just kind of thinking I'll do the leaves at the end and we'll just do them whatever. They're just leaves. I'm not going to worry about the leaves. Okay. Alright, let's look at the snowdrops. Snowdrops are pretty. So sometimes they can have a little bit of green in the center too, which is quite cool. Alright, we're going to swap you two for our greens, and then we're going to use a little bit. Where's my Van Dyke brown? There you are. For shadows there, and then for our actual snowdrops, we want a little bit of grey. Oh, I can't even read what my greys are because I'm getting so worn. You're a 30, so you're a cool grey. If you're a 70, you'd be a warm grey. And then what colours have we got around it? We've got a bit of yellow. I want to keep it more cooler. I think what we need, the precious. Don't like to use the precious too often, but I think this might be an excuse to use the precious. This is the precious, if you've never met the precious. If all of a sudden it disappears because of, it's almost 2 AM, all good, Zoe. It's the exact same as me in your stream last night. So, hope you find the peace and you do fall asleep. So yes, this is the precious. This is Light Violet 139. This is a Polychromos. It is a discontinued colour. It is so stunning, and they need it in their regular range. I am so upset that this is not in their regular range. Yeah, when I discovered this and was like, oh my god, this is a legit color. Like, I thought this was a fake one at first. I got given it in a bundle. It is so gorgeous. But yeah, it's a discontinued color. And it's just the perfect pastel purple with a little bit of grey in it. And so we're going to use it here with our cool greys for making a white. Just to add a bit of tone, because white isn't just white, and greys on their own can look quite flat. So just adding a little bit of purple will add a bit of dimension. But very, very carefully and very, very sparingly, because it's the precious. And once it's gone, it's gone. So we try to protect. So we'll start in the meantime by doing our greens, which is going to be Van Dyke brown, Hooker's green, and then permanent green, which is a green combo I've used quite a few times. Yeah, you do, Brittany. Hopefully they'll release them separately. So this is 139 Light Violet. I don't think that's going to capture on camera at all because of the metallic. But yeah, maybe there. 139, 139 Light Violet. Yeah, so I'm going to do these bits as the leaves for these snowdrops as well. Because it makes sense. Like, those bits are the snowdrop leaves, they're the grape hyacinth leaves, and then I think those are the strawberry leaves. So, since we're here, we'll do them. Yeah, I don't have to pull the colours back out. Makes sense. Work smarter, not harder. Go for a walk, but one look at the clouds outside and it's like, nah, I'm chilling inside. Oh noes. It's actually like, it's a beautiful blue sky day here. Just very, very chilly. I wouldn't be surprised if it's snowing up on the mountain. But yeah, beautiful blue skies. Yeah, a few clouds. There's a bit of a breeze. It's just chilly. Right, Hooker's green. Make that over the Van Dyke brown and then extend it a bit further. The strawberries look so juicy and scrumptious. I'm glad. I would gladly take strawberries. I'm missing strawberries, even though I can't have too many of them without my mouth going itchy now. But yeah, roll on summer fruits. Don't like summer heat, do like summer fruits. Do like berry season. All the delicious berries. Yum, yum, yum. And of course, because it's summer on the other half, and we're seeing all these, like, summer recipes come down, and it's all, like, yummy berries, and it's like, oh. And watermelon. So much watermelon at the moment. It's like, but it's not summer here. I can't do all this. Oh, it is like kind of chilly though. It does make me want to go and curl up in bed. Not that I like necessarily need a nap. I just want to curl up in bed because it's like it's curl up in bed temperatures. Right, we're just going to blend over here and just kind of hide that area that I did color in. And then it doesn't really matter what's pencil and what's background there. Because even I'm not 100% sure what's pencil and what's background there. Because in theory there should be one more line down there and then it's really clear that, oh, that's a leaf and then that's a stalk. And they actually line up and they make sense. That's okay. We'll just colour it in with the same tones and then you can't tell. Easy solution. Turns out I still have room for mint wagon wheelie cookies. Oh, yum. So we were there too, perfection. I think that's why I haven't decided on if I want to go out and get food for lunch or not, because it's just cold and I don't want to leave the house. I'm in that very, like, I'm hungry and I just can't be bothered. I don't want to think. I just want to click my fingers and have food there. Because I can't be bothered, I just don't eat. Which is not good. I will have food eventually. I had a cup of soup for like breakfast, so we have had breakfast. Alright, now we're going to take our permanent green and we're just going to work that over the entirety. Definitely feeling the bed ping. I'm constantly going 5 more minutes in the morning before work. Yeah, getting up to get out for work. Oh, like I have an alarm set for 4:25 so that I know that is like my absolute last, like you need to get to the computer. And that's still pushing it for me to get there and be in by 4:30. Yeah, some days it's like... It's like, I go to work at 4:30 PM. I have no excuse. But, you know, sometimes I'm just waking up from my nap then, and naps are very essential for me. See, it probably would have been logical to start at the side and work my way around, but meh logic. We started with what was approachable. We've gone from there. I am starting to get EP. Alright, I like that. I think that's cute for the snowdrops. The green, and we have got a little bit of variation between the two greens. Just going to take this lighter green and just rework over this a bit. I think I'll even take that zinc yellow. Just really amplify the yellowness of these tips because they are a bit more yellow even compared to the leaves. Have those on hand to do those leaves afterwards. Okay, time for you to get back to work. Great seeing you for a bit. So wonderful to have you here even for a moment, Chai. Good luck with the work. I hope the day goes fast, and we'll catch you again soon. Alright, so we're not wanting to put a lot. Again, we're not trying to colour here, but we're trying to shade, and we want to shade with more than just grey, because grey will make it quite flat. So we're adding in a little bit of this beautiful, very pale purple, just to add some dimension. I'm trying to keep that more towards the shadow side. And I have a cool grey 4. We have cool grey 1. Kind of gonna be all over. Oop. I had a feeling that that core had snapped. And open up. Oh my goodness. I think this whole pencil core has snapped. That's not good. Yep, that's really not good. Thank you, Samsara. Welcome in, huh? I am very pleased with how it's progressing. I've still got a bit more work to go, but yeah, I'll just finish colouring in these snowdrops and then I'll zoom out so you can see the full effect. go. Right. It's just running over everything. And then we also need to keep in mind our background colors. So I want, yeah, zinc yellow, because it's that yellowy green. And we've got a little bit of overspill, which is absolutely fine. It kind of works. And we're just going to, on those highlight sides, just add in a little bit of yellow. It'll be real subtle, and I don't even know if the camera will pick it up. It's just sort of reflecting those colors around it. And it kind of covers up the overspill from the background where maybe I was a little messy with the brush and the Neocolor. Now it's like on purpose. It's just a little tint. And the last thing to do is remove those black lines, particularly on the highlight edge. Shadow edge, not so much of a worry. We can leave some of it in there. We can use our finger to sort of remove and tint it down so it becomes more of a lighter grey line. Same with any lines inside if we want to, but definitely on the highlight edge we need to remove those white lines. I'm just remove the black lines. I don't like a thick black line where a highlight should be. Doesn't sit right with me, but that's my personal coloring style. You do you. And in turn, we have to make sure that our darker areas are darker to consider. Compensate for the lack of the highlight by making the darker dark. It probably still has some playing around to do, but that's a good start. It's not perfect, but I think we've made a good enough start there that we can carry on. We can always touch these things up later on. Say as I begin to immediately touch up instead of moving on. Difficult. Alright, and re-darken up there. There, because you'd be casting a shadow. There. Yeah, still a little bit of cleanup, but like it. I like it. I'm thinking with my Malcolmini page might do the background in light purple. Nice. Light purple's always lovely. So that's where we're at with our page so far. With our snowdrops, which look white, but are actually grey, purple, and yellow. One of the tricks of the eye. Alright, so the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take, not that one, where's dark indigo? There you are. No, your paint's grey. You look the same as dark indigo. You're dark indigo. We're going to just add a little bit of dark indigo down the bottom here to where some more of these plants are starting to head into that more shadowy area, because we've got that dark blue running around here, so we want to make sure that we have that little variation. So it's like, oh yeah, the plants down here are, you know, cooler, even if they use warmer shades and stuff like that. It's, again, just one of those little subtle things that you wouldn't really notice, but will just add a lot more depth to our page. And that's what we're really trying to do here, is to make sure we create a sense of depth between that foreground and the background, which is why I was saying as well, is that once we've coloured in more of the foreground, we may need to go in and pastelize that background, because that will also create a lot of depth if I think that it's too vivid. So by pastalizing the background, it will just push that background back even further, and then all of a sudden this foreground will pop forward even more. But we can't assess that until the end. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, I've got those strawberry colours out again. And we got a bunch of strawberry leaves to do, so let's go back to our strawberry page. I think we can probably close our snowdrop page, to be honest. So like right down here we've got a strawberry plant, which is very much in the shadows. Where did my... oh, it's under there. So bit of deep indigo, but then we have a little bit of background behind that I obviously missed when I was doing all the background, but we're just going to colour it dark indigo. That's going to be our background fill-in colour for any of these small areas down the bottom where we might need to fill in. You know what I think I need to do? I think I need to make a coffee. It's cold, and coffee actually sounds really good right now. And it is 1 PM, so it does feel like coffee time, you know? I do love how this is looking so far. Like, genuinely so pleased with how this is progressing. There's a lot of blue in this leaf, but honestly it's so in shadow down here. It's kind of valid to be blue. I think we're even gonna pull out a little bit of Payne's Grey. Hello from Malaysia. Kia ora, Shafi. From New Zealand. Aotearoa. How are you going today? Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful time zone so far. Hot drink is a good idea. I'm not long back from a beach swim. Oh, in this weather, no. In this cold, no. No. My bones already hurt thinking about it. Just morning now? Oh. I love learning about time zones and where, like, the difference, because it's nearly 1 PM here in New Zealand, so it's just interesting to think about, you know, like, I know Zoe, it's probably nearing 3 AM, like, variations in where people are and what the time zone is and what people get up to in these specific time zones. I know, I find it fascinating. Now I may need to colour in these flower areas. Do we? Yeah, we do. Okay, so it's going to be interesting. And then they've blacked in there and then they're all overlapped. So I think we're okay for the rest of those. It's a lot of blue to start off with for green leaves, but it works. And you're fully dark indigo in here. You're entirely background that I missed. There's a bunch of background over there I missed too, but that's okay. Is 9 PM on Tuesday at your house, Yana? Oh yeah, because it's Tuesday for you. It's Wednesday for me. I'm getting sleepy, so yeah, I think it's definitely time to make a coffee or have a nap if I need a nap today. Just really in the zone though. I don't want to stop. This is what's like, I'm really loving how it's progressing and I don't want to stop. So now I'm probably going to regret it later on that I didn't take a nap, but also I don't want to stop. I really like how this is progressing and I'm enjoying it so much, and I feel like I've found my colouring mojo again. It's been missing for the last few months of everything going on, so like I don't want to stop now I've got my mojo. I don't even want to stop to make a coffee. Even though I need a coffee. It's like, I'm just very happy with how this is progressing. I'm excited to get more of it done. It's the rainbow. It's the fact that the background looks like rainbow glitter. Like, it's a rainbow glitter background. Of course I'm going to freaking love this page. The only thing that would make this background even more perfect was if I put legit glitter on it. Right, a little bit of dark indigo up here. Bring that in. And same across here. Might shade some more, but at least it's a start. That being said, I think I'm going to say bye and settle in for the night. The page is looking so fabulous. Thank you. Thank you for streaming. I'll catch you on the next one. Absolutely. I don't want to say for certain that we're streaming again tomorrow, but I also don't want to say for certain that I'm not streaming tomorrow. So just keep an eye out. It'll be regular time if I do end up streaming. But yeah, I'm freaking loving how it's progressing, and it just makes me want to keep on going. You have a wonderful rest of your night, Yana. Thank you so much for being here. You take care. Getting closer and closer to surgery date for ya. Pull that right down because it is right in our shadow area. It's really not getting a lot of light. So we want to cool these parts right down. Start ripping the page or catching the edge of the page. Oops, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, it's been very cold, but it's been good for my nervous system. It reboots the brain. I need new daily reboots. Fair enough. I've just noticed my Malcolm new page is no longer intimidating to me anymore. Heck yeah. Honestly, I think that's really a big part of colouring, is it can seem intimidating a certain artist, but once you do a couple of them and you kind of get into the flow of working out how to approach the artist, then they no longer seem as scary. It's like, oh, I could do that. Oh, that was a good stretch. Okay. I need to either figure out lunch or figure out coffee. And I think at the very minimum, we need to figure out coffee. So, and I need to take another stretch break as well, because we need to look after our back. So, what I will do is unlock my phone so I can get a little in-progress shot, which I put on Instagram, so you can see up closer if you want to, with a slightly clearer camera, even though it is my phone, and my phone camera is pretty shy. And then we will take a little micro break while I go and make a cup of coffee, figure out what we're doing for food, and then we'll carry on. Yoink, yoink. 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 Oh, it looks so good. And that way you can kind of see the vividness of it and the details of it. Alright, I'll drag that in my story and I will go get this jug started, make a cup of coffee, and we will be back shortly. Take this opportunity to also go hydrate, stretch, take your meds, get some food, all the good self-care stuff, and we'll see you all shortly. We were having a stretch day break double A, and we were having a organizing food break. I have decided on my food situation. I'm essentially having more soup. I am having a pot of noodles. We have noodles for breakfast, and we have soup for breakfast. We're having soup for lunch. But I am going to order pizza for dinner, I've decided. But this is where we're at. I can't remember where we were when you last commented, but we have finished a lot of the background. And we're starting to work on here. Zoe also gave some help with flowers, and Yana did too. So we're pulling up some of the suggestions you put through, and then they gave a couple of other suggestions as well. So we worked out all the flowers. It was very, very helpful to have that starting point. So yeah, we've got our strawberries, our snowdrops, our strawberry flowers, our grape hyacinths, our tulips, our bellflowers, and then we're going to do these as crocuses, because we found a picture of a crocus that uses like this purpley pink, so we can tie that in. The bellflowers, we're going to do yellow, obviously the purpley blue grape hyacinths, and then the whites and the reds here, and then we'll use like a reddy pink for the tulips, and it should all be balanced. Oh, I don't like the smell of this. Oh, it is a very So this is a gluten-free pot noodle. It's like tom yum pot noodle, and it's meant to, tom yum usually has a little bit of lime, but it's very chemical lime. It's not kaffir lime, it's very chemical lime. The other one that they do in this range is pretty good, and it's like a non-irritating one. No, it uses actual kaffir lime leaves. Interesting. Give it a moment. It could just be, you know, sometimes lime is pretty potent in smell, but mild in taste. So yeah, essentially I'm having more soup for lunch, and I made myself a giant double coffee, because this is what I really wanted, was a coffee. We made a milky coffee this time. I made one of my little sachet coffees. So more, I call them more like snack coffees, because it's not just my usual black coffee. Like, it's actually, you know, a bit of coffee with some milk and stuff like that. So a little bit of a tummy trigger, which is why it's also good to have something that isn't necessarily a tummy trigger usually. The other brand of this one isn't a tummy trigger, but these are made with like rice noodles, and they're gluten-free and all sorts of stuff, so they don't irritate me too much. Yeah. Oh my goodness, the page is amazing. That background's so cool. Thank you. I love how it's progressing. I did put a picture up on my Instagram stories if you want to see like a clearer shot potentially. I did upload that before I went and made the noodles, so if you want to see like a really clear shot, go check out the stories. Yeah. You got a bigger mug? This is my triple mug. So I have a single, I have a double, and now I have a triple. Alright, let's have a little taste of this. I don't think those noodles are actually quite ready now. Oh, that's lime heavy. Oh, that's got a lot of lime in it. I mean, it is meant to be tom yum, but even then, they're normally not that lime heavy. Well, it's going to be interesting. Right, we still need to leave you to soak for a while, because those noodles aren't quite cooked, and I've already popped the lid, which is really dumb. It's my last pot of noodles, so I need to get some more. So you can just chill there for a moment. I'm glad you took a break. You were due one. Yeah, it got to a point where I was getting a bit peckish, like I was getting quite hungers, but I couldn't decide what I wanted food-wise. Because yeah, we were talking before about going to the bakery or getting pizza or anything like that. I can't be bothered going out. And so I was like, okay, nah, we're boiling the jug for a cup of coffee, because I knew I needed a cup of coffee. I will chuck that into a pot of noodle as well. We'll cook that up. That'll be lunch, and then I might get a pizza delivered for dinner. Like, It feels very much like a lazy food day today. I don't want to cook. I don't want to think. I just want the food to appear. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to get a pizza ordered for dinner. I might order it early, especially if that pot of noodle ain't great. But the coffee will keep me going. The coffee is the essential thing. I needed the coffee. I needed the giant coffee. And as I said, it's one of my sachet ones, because I normally drink black coffee. Like 99% of the time I drink black coffee, but every once in a while I like a little snack coffee. I like a little sachet that's like a latte, or like a caramel latte, or a mochaccino, or something like that. Like one of those little sachet coffees. I know Perfection knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, every once in a while I like one of those coffees, just for something a bit different. Again, it's not a regular thing, but that's what I felt like today. And honestly, the coffee is hitting the spot perfectly. And that means I can carry on and I don't have to take a break, which I'm probably going to regret later, but I don't want to stop. I'm having too much fun with this. I'm finding my colouring mojo again, and I'm so excited because I've had it missing for a while. Copy is live. I'm back. Welcome back, Stardust. You'll be having leftover for lunch? Ooh, good choice. Nothing wrong with leftovers. We had leftovers for dinner last night. And then both Mum and I couldn't, like, there was technically, we could probably squeeze one more serve out of it, but Mum and I both looked at it and went, nah, we can't do it. So, it went out to the cat. It was chicken, so. But even the cat didn't want it, but Stray ate it. And then the birds. They are my morning coffee, yeah. Yeah, they're not a, like, regular coffee thing for me. I just like my black coffee. First thing in the morning, black coffee. I don't want that sweetness, but, like, little afternoon treat or something I quite like every once in a while, having one of these sachets, just like as a, again, I call it snack coffee. To me, it's almost like a snack, because I find it more filling than black coffee, and I think that's because of the milk in it. Because they come with milk powder in it. I don't put milk in it. I just put boiling hot water. But yeah, my head does snack coffees. That's just how I think of it. But that's me. How are you going, Stardust? Hope your day's going well. I hope you also got a good amount of sleep, or a good nap, double A, and are feeling good and refreshed. I think a couple of our peeps did manage to drift off, which is great. I'm hoping Zoe did manage to get some good sleep, for sure. I call it breakfast. That's valid. Call it breakfast, call it snack, call it coffee, call it not coffee, call it whatever you want. If you enjoy it, drink it. Yes, I almost missed my nighttime meal alarm. It was a late nap. Sometimes that happens though. I've done that before, where I've gone and had a nap at like 4:30 or 5 in the afternoon on the weekend, because I'm just like, I'm shot. I'm so shot. Sometimes after Sunday stream, because I stream quite late on Sunday, then it'll be like, I go for a very late nap, but it's just what happens. And then I wake up at like 7, 8, 9 p.m. and it's like, oh yeah, get up, have food, go back to bed. But then you can't go to sleep because you've had dinner so late. You're not too bad colouring in Rita Berman again, but I'm tempted to start in Dragonspell. I need to start in Dragonspell. I've been seeing a couple of posts lately about Dragonspell, and it's got me kind of looking at it. I want to do a mythographic run, but again, I haven't had those colouring spoons. Like, I haven't found that colouring mojo, and that's why I'm kind of glad I'm finding it with this, and I'm hoping it'll sort of kick me in the butt to start working in all these mythographics. I kind of want to do this background again, but play with different colours now. Like, now that I know that this works, it's like, let's do more of this background. Maybe we'll just have a stream where I'll just do the backgrounds and just do a bunch of these style backgrounds on a few different pages, because it didn't take long. It's just picking out a color blend, laying down the blend, activating it, and then putting the paint pen on top. You're colouring in Dragon Spell at the moment? Yeah, the dragon page. It's 6:30 PM, but I adore you want to be awake for stream. Oh, I adore you too. All the Araha. But that being said, because of the Araha I send your way, if you need to go and have a nap, go have a nap. You know. Or always preach self-care first. Or always preach go live your life first. I'm here. The VODs are here. You don't even have to watch the VODs. Like, be here when you can be here, but don't feel like you have to be here. Live your life. The background is amazing. I'd love to see a nighttime version. Ooh, actually that would be really cool. Like, we've got that day mystical vibes. But do we have another page that we could do nighttime vibes on? That feels like it should be a daytime. You sleep for 2 hours and wake you. That's exactly me as well. That was what was happening last night during Zoe's stream. It was like, there was one point where people were like, oh, is Amy still here? And because I was like in that half dozy state, and then I woke up and it was like, oh yeah, no, I'm back. I'm here. I slept an hour. We're good. I slept 30 minutes. We're good. I mean, we could do the deck one at nighttime, but also it's all about the deck and the painting area on the deck, so. And we also know the deck is going to be about an entirely different thing as well, so. Could do behind the puppies, but it's really about the puppies. A little bit that one, but not so much. Because imagine it at night with stars and bokeh as a fireflies as a bokeh. Yeah. Yeah. This one here, the male birds could technically be nighttime. Like, you could get away with doing lots of blues and purples and pinks there as well, which may still read as daytime, but could do a little bit of nighttime. I would be inclined to do like blues and greens and purples, like royal peacocky colors, and then use yellow as my like dot color, and that could be real pretty there too with pink flowers. Yeah, we need a big night sky for it. There may not be the right page to do it, though I do like that. I love the face of that cat there. Yeah, it has to be like a certain style page for the effect to really read well. Like maybe behind the cactus, but I would again want to do more desert colors and do like orangey sunset there. Like that could be turned into a moon. So, and vary a bit there too. Like a lot of them you could do, but it doesn't scream nighttime. Oh, the hedgehogs. That's cute too. They're all playing dress up. We're getting into autumn and winter. Oh, I didn't realize it was an advent calendar. How have I not seen that before? That's cool. I'll have to try and remember that for December. Not that I really do advent calendars, but it could be cool. Yeah, and then yeah, I don't think there's anything that really screams nighttime. Again, we could do different color blends, but none of them really scream nighttime. So yeah, it might have to be a different book to do the same technique, but try and make it night. I don't need this book. I don't need this book. I don't need this book. I need this book. It's all your fault, Amy. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. I am not responsible for the choices that your wallet makes without you, because we know our wallets do our own thing and we aren't responsible for our spending at all. Look, it's a book about colouring kitties. Of course I freaking love it. Of course I'm going to be hyped about colouring in it because it's me. And what are the things I like to colour? Animals doing cute people things and kitties. And then I also like portraiture to a point as well. But I think I've actually gone into more colouring animals now. And mythic animals and animals. And apparently I really like colouring animals. But especially cats. I like colouring cats. I really like colouring cats. So, yeah. This is why I was like, I really need the Leon colouring book. I also like colouring mermaids, so that goes into portraiture. But, and I look back on a lot of what I've coloured this recently. Again, with the slump. We did a lot of cutesy monsters, which is that cute element. And then it's animals. And then eerie, which is cute. So it's either cutesy or animals. And this is the first sort of like detailed one we've done in a while. Right, those noodles should be cooked now. The rice noodles. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're a little puffy. They've taken on some of the broth. Alright, let's give this a go. Let's see if we like it or if we're actually just throwing this whole cup away because it's not my cup of tea. I don't know. This is not my regular brand. This is not what I normally do. The rice noodles have shattered, so they're not even letting me... I'm not going to be able to slurp the noodles. If I realised this, I would have grabbed a spoon. Cool. Right, can we twist it around a fork like it's Italian, not like it's... I don't have chopsticks in the room. Chopsticks would help a lot. Alright, we're not going to even be able to cup it to cool it. We're going to have to do it this way. It's too difficult. Already don't like how difficult it is. Should be easy to eat. Need a little bit more to judge that. I think the summary of that is meh. I think that's how I would describe it. It smells incredibly limey. The broth is very prevalent on the lime, and unfortunately to me it still reads as artificial lime because it's so strong and it hasn't been balanced. And the broth is also very salty. And I mean, it's ramen, you know, ramen does have salty broth, but to me all I'm getting is lime and salt, and it's meant to be a tom yum. So I'm meant to be getting spice. I'm meant to be getting chili and a little hint of creaminess. I'm getting no creaminess, which is fine because I'm not a huge fan of the creaminess anyway. It's tom yum, so the sour note should be in there, but I'm not getting sour lime. I'm getting floor cleaner lime, which could be partially the kaffir lime, but I'm not getting, you know, as a pot of noodle, it's not like they've taken fresh lime and squeezed in, which is kind of what it's missing. It's missing a squeeze of fresh lime. And as I said, it's very, very salty. I'm kind of tempted to actually take my spicy peanut butter and put spicy peanut butter in here because that would add creaminess. It would add body to it. The peanut butter I have doesn't have salt, so it's like going to take away some of the salt because it's quite sweet. I normally sprinkle a bit of salt on my peanut butter because it's literally just ground peanuts. And then put hot sauce in as well, and that would add the heat. And I think that would balance it a bit better. That face expression wasn't impressed. Yeah, not impressed. Wouldn't buy it again. Add peanuts to it? Yeah, see, we're on the same wavelength, double A. Same wavelength. So I have this peanut butter in my cupboard here. It is regular old peanut butter. It is the cheap of the cheap peanut butter. But you look at the ingredients. It is not going to show up on camera. It's 98% peanuts and peanut oil. 98% peanuts. There is no sugar, there's no salt. It is literally just peanuts. And so I have taken that, and then into this jar I have put chili. So it is a spicy peanut, because I like spicy peanut butter. I dip celery sticks into it, I spread it onto crackers, and I use it as a spicy peanut butter. Now we have regular peanut butter in the cupboard as well, but sometimes you need spicy peanut butter. So let's add spicy peanut butter And let that melt in. And I think that'll help balance out the flavour. That sounds awful. Yeah, I'm really selling this food, doesn't it? It's okay. It's not something I would regular buy. But it's here, it's food, it's cooked, it's hot, it'll do the job, you know? And it is rice noodles, so it's not going to irritate the tummy. Like, the point of this pot is that it is like a gluten-free, like, allergy-free type ramen. So it's like a ramen I can have on a... Well, my tummy's not as great. They do a pho as well, and their pho, like, it's not the greatest in the world, but it's pretty reasonable. I do like that one. So I'll get that one again. Again, it's pretty... meh, but it's also a great one for if you're just not having a great day, you just need to get something. It's like basically heavy chicken noodle soups. So yeah, we vibe across the ocean again. We do. All right, we have mixed in most of the peanuts. It already smells a ton better. Oh my god, that's so much better. So much better. Could do with more heat. I could go and put some more chili in it, but the chili will build up in my spicy peanut butter. But yeah, immediately adding that peanut butter is just so much more body, so much more creaminess, but not like creamy, like peanut butter creaminess. And it just helps balance out, that salt. That salt has dropped right down, but it's also helped balance out the sour tang a lot more. It's a lot less chemically now. Because again, that nutty tone has helped balance a lot of things. It needed more body, and it needed something to counteract that salty. It's still quite salty, but it's a lot better. And the spice increase is helping a lot. I'm such a picky eater. My first thought was, nope from me. Yeah, I actually, I think it's called a super taster. I am one of those people that do pick up a lot. Like, I can drink different coffees and tell you which coffee bean is being used and what roasting profile is being used. And I'm very fussy about what coffees I buy from certain cafes because I can tell what beans they're going to use. And it's like, no, I don't like that roasting profile. And people will be like, it's just black coffee. And I'm like, I'm drinking black coffee and there are various notes. It's like when you drink wine. You might say that these are both just a Sauvignon Blanc, and I can look at it and I can taste it and go, no, that one's a dry one and that one's been aged in oak. Like, I can taste those notes. Which is a super taster. So I am someone that when I try food, I am very good at picking up what's missing and then balancing it. So yeah, but it does mean that certain foods just really don't work for me, which is why I think I'm not a big fan of mac and cheese. Like, I can understand the logic behind mac and cheese. It is pasta and cheese and cream, and it's dense and comforting. Like, I can understand behind it. But my thing about mac and cheese is that cream, cheese, and pasta to a sense, like the nutty flavor of pasta, because pasta does have like a nutty bodiness to it. All those flavors hit on one particular area of the mouth. You're hitting creamy, a little bit salty, but mostly creamy, that sort of fatty bodiness, the nuttiness of pasta. You're all hitting one area of the mouth. You've got none of the sour tang, you've got no bitter tang, you've got no refresh, you've got no umami or earthiness, or you've got a body, but it's like a fat body, not a like, you can have a rich body depending on the on the cheese. Like, richness can be there, so you can hit that note, but again, it's all hitting one particular area. It's very flat. And that's what I find difficult about macaroni cheese or things like Alfredo, where it's literally just cream sauce and pasta, because it's like you're hitting one note, and I have so many elements in my mouth. I want to hit all those elements. I want to hit every single moment in my mouth. I want to eat something that hits on that rich creamy body, but also has like a acidic tang that cuts through it, but also has that fresh element. You know, just so it hits on everything. And that's what should be served with fried chicken and veggies. Yeah. The couple times I've had to, like, polite eat mac and cheese because I've been at someone's house and they've served mac and cheese. Luckily, they've usually served it as a side, not a main. So I've been able to hide it with a bunch of other things and at least try to help out. But it's also very, like, the couple times it was still very prominently their main dish. No, like, so proud of their mac and cheese, and it's like, okay, yep, and it's like, yep, no, it's good, I'm eating all of it, yep. Really like the crispiness on the chicken, or I usually find something, like, the crispiness of the coating on top or something is usually something to easy talk about, or like if they've added onions, be like, I really like the onions in it or something. But yeah, I'm never going to go to someone's, like, be invited to someone's house and then they serve mac and cheese and be like, yeah, no, I freaking hate mac and cheese. Like, if someone's been kind enough to invite me to their house and cook dinner for me, I'm gonna eat it. Like, it's fine. Unless I'm having a particularly bad IBS flare-up and I really don't want to deal with IBS flare-up. In which case I would say I really, really appreciate this, but I'm also dealing already, and I don't want to make this worse. And this is, like, the worst triggers for me, so, yeah. You need it as a side, not the main part. Yeah, you need veggies always. Yeah, I love a veggie plate with rice or some hot chilies. Honestly, like, I know it's become a thing of, like, what was it, like, girl dinner or whatever they wanted to call it. I don't know. I've always just called it a picky plate. Where it's just like you put a bunch of random stuff on a plate and it's almost like having a charcuterie board or whatever, but it's literally just picking at different foods. And I love when I do a picky plate and then putting on, like, raw broccoli, raw cauliflower, and carrots and celery and all the veg, raw mushrooms. Yum. Yeah, rice noodles are delicious, Brittany. I do like rice noodles. Rice noodles are great. I also love how quickly vermicelli cooks. Because vermicelli, if you don't know, is the super thin rice noodles, and you literally pour boiling water over them and they're cooked, like, almost instantly. Cover them for like a minute and they're cooked. When I used to have to go into work, one of my go-to lunches was taking, like, a glass container, putting different seasonings at the bottom, like sometimes peanut butter, garlic, chili oil, a little bit of soy sauce, miso, gochujang, depending on what I felt like at the time. But just put a little bit of this at the bottom, sesame oil, sesame seeds, basically seasonings for a broth. Sometimes even like stock powder or something, but basically all the things at the bottom to season water, rice noodles, and then whatever veg or tofu or eggs or sausage, basically to make a ramen, and put that all in there and then in a glass bowl. And when I went to work, because we had a instant hot water tap, you just turn on the hot water tap, fill the container, put the lid back on, and let it sit there for a couple of minutes, and it absorbs and cooks all the, like, garlic and chili and ginger and miso and stuff that you made at the bottom. So you get a broth, it cooks the noodles, and it just, like, wilks the veggies and heats them all up, and you have basically instant homemade ramen for lunch. I used to do that all the time. So good. Yeah, I'm not talking about morel mushrooms. I don't even think we have morel mushrooms over here, to be perfectly honest. I know we get your typical button, and then we get the big ones. I can't think of the name of them, but they're not morels. Oysters becoming more common, and now you can get shiitake. And you can get a couple of Asian mushrooms now. But morel, it's not one that you can get here. That sounds yummy. It was so good. And it was so easy to prep perfection. Because literally I could prep it the night before, I could prep it the morning of, or I could prep it on a Sunday. Because it's, again, just dumping a few things in the bottom, noodles, chuck some veg on there, keep it in the fridge, grab it in the morning, and it's just pour boiling water on it at lunchtime. Portobello, thank you, double A. I'm so glad you just get my brain. It's not that. I really appreciate that you just get my brain and you can fill in the blanks when my brain's not working. Because, yeah. Right. I think I've done all I can do of this. Which is mostly just eat the noodles, because it's really just the noodles. The broth ain't going to be worth consuming. And that's okay. The noodles weren't even particularly worth consuming because they were all broken up, which I'm not a big fan of. Like, I couldn't slurp them like proper noodles. They were just like little bits of noodle. So, that wasn't as fun. You know. Was there even ramen if you can't slurp the noodles? Double brain A has the other brain cell. Yeah. We're just vibing across continents. Exactly. Exactly. I appreciate it. I mean, I would like my brain cell back eventually, but I'm happy to share. Just, you know, sometimes I do need the extra brain cell. No, I want ramen. I mean, yeah, ramen is one of those foods that is well known as a love on the channel of mine. Honestly, like, oh, with bok choy and bean sprouts and tofu and a freshly, like, they're perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg where it's like jelly in the middle. Oh, yummy. And if you happen to have some leftover gyoza or dumplings, oh, so good. It was like a trick of mine, as I used to do dumplings the night before, so I'd have a couple left over just so I could put them into my ramen as well. Be like, yeah, so good. Yeah, vibing with you in the future. What about lion mane mushroom? I don't think I've heard of that, but admittedly, I'm not big on knowing my mushrooms, because I don't eat a lot of mushrooms. I'm not a big fan of cooked mushrooms. Oh yeah, we have a native variant of it, Peka Peka Kori, New Zealand lion's mane. So yeah, we do have it here. I've never even seen it. But again, I don't really particularly look for mushrooms because they're not my thing. I don't like cooked mushrooms. I like raw mushrooms, but you should only eat button mushrooms raw because the rest of them are not always the best to eat raw, and I don't like cooked mushrooms, so yeah. Yummy Rocks, kia ora, welcome in. How are you going today? Basically, I don't buy mushrooms. We occasionally buy mushrooms for, if Mum's cooking a spaghetti bolognese, and she will leave them of a certain size so that I can sort of pick around them. Because I'm like, I know you enjoy them, and I can pick around them. I'm not worried about them being in the dish. Like, I'll just pick around them. It's fine. And that way she can have some mushrooms in it. But generally speaking, mushrooms aren't something we buy, because, again, I'm really not a fan of cooked mushrooms. There's not much that I won't eat. I'm pretty flexible. It's just the two big things are I don't like cream sauce, so I don't like mac and cheese. I don't like Alfredo. I don't like carbonara. I find it all very bland, and I don't like cooked mushrooms. So creamy mushrooms on toast is one of the worst dishes you could ever serve me. Oh, coffee is so good. Good, how am I? I'm doing great, thank you. I feel like I've finally found sort of like my colouring mojo that's been missing. I'm just freaking loving how this page is working. It's helping me sort of find, like, I haven't felt very, I've done a little bit of colouring. Mostly what I've been colouring on stream is what I've been colouring, but I kind of felt like I lost my colouring mojo there for a moment. And then this is the first page I've been colouring lately where I've gone, ooh, yeah. So it's really exciting to feel that, which is why I'm kind of streaming quite late for me, because it's nearly 2 p.m. and I'd normally be well and truly in a nap by now. But it's like, no, I want to do some more. I want to do some more. Because I'm enjoying it. We want a little bit of warmth on the strawberry leaf. And then we're going to take that Payne's Grey. Just use it to sneakily darken up this background a bit. Just to make sure we've got a little bit of contrast. Eggplant is delicious, but it does depend on how it's cooked. And a lot of what makes eggplant good is the seasoning that is done around it. Yeah. Like, eggplant's one of those very versatile, but they have to be seasoned right. It's like tofu. But then also tofu is a textural thing, and eggplant has a texture as well that I know a lot of people can't get behind. So I like eggplant, but I can understand as well. Had it once and it was mushy and no taste. Yeah, so it's very possible that it wasn't seasoned correctly and it wasn't prepared correctly if it was meant to be served on its own. If it was meant to be served in a way where it is slightly mushy, which is like moussaka, but then it takes on the flavors of the sauce it cooks in. Yeah. Yeah, it is one of those dishes that has to be prepped right, and it's good. But I can also understand, because if it hasn't been prepped right, again, it's like tofu. If it's not prepped with like seasonings and cooked a certain way that's appropriate for the type of tofu you have, yeah. But moussaka, which is kind of like lasagna, but instead of pasta, it's made with eggplant. Delicious. Delicious. But also, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. I mean, that's fine. There's so many delicious things out there. Eat what you enjoy. We're lucky we get to live in worlds where we can choose to go, actually, I don't like that. And be able to eat something else. It's not like it's your only option, so. Yeah. Never had eggplant? Yeah. It's the sort of thing that, like, my uncle was a chef, so, and he goes through, like, something I kind of do too, where I go through phases of, like, hyper-focusing on an ingredient, and so he would go through phases of hyper-focusing on an ingredient, and I went and lived with them for a few months while I was finishing some school, and it was right around his eggplant craze, so not only did I get a lot of eggplant there for a while, but I also ended up joining him in the kitchen a lot, and I got to learn a lot about how to prep and cook eggplant. And I'm very lucky because he was also an amazing chef who developed, like, helped me really develop a palate and learn about flavors. And that's where a lot of my, like, figuring out the palate and learning how to balance foods and picking up on flavors and going, actually, this is missing. That's where a lot of that came from. So I learned to love eggplant really quickly, but it was also prepped and cooked for me in a really good way. So, but yeah, you're right. It has barely any nutritional value, and the texture is spongy. So it's, yeah, it's not an essential. I like it though, but again, you can do without it. It's fine. Gives me all the eggplant instead. Ha ha ha. If I came out of a colouring slump and created that awesome background, I would die of joy. I couldn't even on my best day. I'm still in awe of how amazing it looks. Thank you. It's not particularly hard. You just have to be prepared it's going to look messy until it gets better. Let's just smush the Neocolor's colours together, paint pen, and use your fingers to dab off. We drew a circle on and then we used our finger and dabbed it off. And that created different translucencies of the background. That's it. Neocolors and paint pen. I'm glad it worked out. Like, I had a feeling it would work out, but sometimes you can, like, envision these things and go, I think these techniques will work, and then they don't work. So I'm glad it worked. I'm glad I was able to show it on camera. I used Neocolor and then Posca paint pen. Neocolor 2s, to be specific, obviously, because water blendy. Neocolor 2s, I just scribbled on the colours, blended the colours together. Kind of had a little bit of a placement idea in mind, but I wasn't being too particular. I was just thinking this would be more greens because this is where the garden carries on, and then we're going into the sky over there. So that was my only placement. And then activated it, and I activated it with lots of water and kind of like stippling it together. Like, I wasn't trying to do it smooth. I was letting it be splotchy and messy, and letting the blends be a bit messy. And then once that was dry, we took a paint pen and I drew on a circle, and then I used my finger and went tap, 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 and lifted up half the paint so it came out like really translucent. And then I did more, and then I did more, and some of them I would leave to dry for a little bit and then tap, tap, tap. Some of them I didn't, like, just put down solid. And it created all these different little translucencies, and with the splotchy background and then the different dot, dot, dot of the paint pen, because you know me and dot dot dot, we've got to have a dot 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 moment. It created that sort of speckly bokeh effect. There's got to be some form of dot dot dot, dab dab dab, and that's basically what the background is. We did dot 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 with the paint pen, and then we went dab 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 with the fingers. It really is like the majority of my colouring. Dot dot dot, dab dab dab. Like doing cat fur, it's just dot 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 dot. The slightly longer dots because they're more like dashes, so I guess it's more like dash 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 dash. But it's still, you know, dot dot dot. Maybe one day I'll colour in without turning it into a preschooler's ramble. Probably not. Alright, so this is where we get our warmer strawberry. This is getting a bit of the light. Yeah, we just got a few more strawberry leaves, and then our strawberries are done. And then we just have our strawberry flowers. And our whole strawberry plant is done then. No, never. Peter Pan gang of colouring. Gotta have the dot dot dot, dab dab dab, dot dot dot, dab dab dab. How to colour like Amy. Dot dot dot, dab dab dab, dab dot 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 dab, dab dab dot. You got that? Honestly, I swear to God, April Fools, I make a video going the ultimate how to colour like Amy tutorial, and it's literally just dot dot dot, dab dab dab. And that's all I do is talk in the video going dot dot dot, dab dab, dab dab, dot dot, dab, dot, dot, dot. And then just at the end, glitter! I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. You're welcome. Happy to be your entertainment. Oh no, they missed a step. Too many dot dot dots, not enough dab dab dab. More dab dab dab. Dab 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 dab. Dot dot dot. Glitter. Dot dot dot. Glitter. Dot dot dot. Glitter. Dab. You can always make a song out of it. Oh. Need one of those people that do like the remixes and stuff like that. And then heaven forbid they find some sort of video of me, which is entirely possible because God knows there's literally thousands of hours of me live streaming. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've never literally dabbed, but also like, you know, those people that like do the YouTube remixes of people and they just take various audio clips and turn it into music videos. It's like, that was where my brain went. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's no legit videos of me dabbing, because that would also show my age. But imagine how confused people would be watching. There would be so many like, what the frick? I just tuned in and was transported back to work in a Matic Morse key. Hi, Rebecca. Oh. We're just talking about how, once again, the tutorial for me and how to do what I colored is just dot 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 dab dab dab. That is how we colored in the background. It is dot 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 and dab dab dab. Once again. And so my brain was like, it would be amazing. And not that I have the spoons to do this, but it would be amazing if on April 1st I put up the video of like the ultimate tutorial of how to color like Amy, and it's just literally dot 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 dab dab dab. That's all I say throughout the whole video, except for maybe at the end where I just go glitter. Because that's literally the coloring tutorial. Dot 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 dab dab dab. The background is take Neocolors and go dot 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 dot. Then you take your paintbrush and you go dab 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 dab, and you blend it together. Then you take your paint pen and you go dot 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 dot, and then you take your finger and you go dab 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 dab, and it lifts the paint pen, and that's how you make the background. Alright, we're going to lighten that little one a bit. Make it a little less in our face. And same with across here. Because we can work on top of these as well and actually fade them in a bit. If they're just a little vibrant. As I said, there is a possibility that I am also going to pastelize the background a bit more at the end. which I am leaning towards. Like, it's still feeling quite bright, but I'm going to wait till we've finished all the colouring. But looking at, like, the green of this versus the green of the background, it's still quite a bit saturated. So, yeah, I still think I need to go in there and lighten it just a smudge. Not a huge amount, but just like a little layer of white over the top, I think would really just set it in place. But again, I'll still wait till the end. I might also just need to do some more shading on some things. Maybe introduce some black, because I haven't used any black in the shadows yet, but also I don't want to use black in the shadows, so, you know. I love new markers, but frustrating when so juicy they run over the lines. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. When you're so used to, like, the dyeing markers, and then it's, like, the replacement, and it's, like... Oh, yeah. Oop. I would not need to use you as much as I used you, so I guess you're in shadow now. That coffee was a good choice. Have I got any more of that left? Very little amount. Oh. Alright, you're practically all in the shadows, so let's... Since we use the dark and we're saying this is in the shadows, we might as well keep that the same. A little bit of warmth there. Try to get through all the colouring copies of front pages by the end of the month. Ooh. Sounds like quite the challenge. So happy I went for purple in the background. It's perfect for pinks. Ooh. Sounds pretty. Sounds pretty. It's quite satisfying when you're colouring and then, like, you impulse choose a colour and then it's like, actually that was quite perfect. I'm very happy about the colours that have been chosen for flowers. I'm going to have to make sure I, like, take screenshots or something, or something for these flowers, so I keep all these flowers in mind. I mean, I can look back on the VOD, but also I want to make sure, because we've chosen a couple of specific flowers as well for their particular colour blends, like the crocus in particular that we've chosen. So, because it's going to bring these colours down. and just look perfect. And then this has got like the purpley blue, so it brings that down, and that's going to have the reddy pink, so it's going to bring that up. And then this is going to have the yellow, so it's going to bring that across. Like, we're going for very specific colorways. And some of these styles, like the grape hyacinths, have, like, they're one type, that's fine. But the bellflowers come in lots of different varieties, so we're doing a very specific one. And same with the crocus flower, there's a very specific one that we're doing. Oh, I didn't see the crocus? Yeah. There was some debate if these are more tulips or if they're crocuses. And I did zoom right in. And initially Yana and Zoe were like, no, they're tulips. And then I zoomed right in and they're like, oh, wait, look at crocuses. And so we looked it up. And then I was like, actually, because we found this crocus, this crocus with this sort of purpley pink blend, it's like, we're going to do crocuses, even if they are supposedly tulips, because we can bring that pinky purple color from up there down here. So it's also like the perfect color blend. And then if we're going to do these tulips as reddy pink, because then we can bring the strawberries up, because this is the only red on the page. So while I don't mind having the pop of red, it's going to draw your eye here if this is the only red we have. So if we bring the red up to the tulips up here and treat them different than down here, and then we could possibly bring some red into the butterfly too. We're gonna look at them at the end. But I was like, even if they are tulips, I'm gonna do them as the crocuses because of that color, because it then will balance the page out so much. So, and that's the main thing as well. Like, yeah, we are looking at actual flowers for inspiration, but at the end of the day, we've also got to balance the page. Maybe we should put them in Canva or be like me and keep all the tabs open. Yeah, I'll probably put them in Canva and then put some notes beside each of them. If I close the thing down. Oh, that's looking gorgeous. Perfection. Look at this prettiness. Yeah, purple was perfect. Purple goes really well. That's looking really, really good, hon. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Or the other thing I do is I will find somebody I've been chatting to and be like, hey, by the way, ignore this. And then I'll just dump a couple of images in there and be like, I just needed to remember that. I've done that a few times too. Especially to Smalt, which is not good. But Smalt's lovely about it. Or Smalt will be the one that will send me a message to remind me of something off stream. Because I've mentioned something on stream, and then Smalt will send me a message so that after stream I remember. Which is amazing. So actually, if you get random messages later on of just like 10 flower pictures in a row, you know what I've done. Because right now, you and Perfection are the last two in my chat. So it's like, and I've got the list of flowers in the chat with you. So if you get 10 pictures of flowers all of a sudden, you know what's going on. It's a very me thing to do. But yeah, at the end of the day, as long as I like how the colours look, that's what I really care about. So it can be whatever. I don't know enough about flowers to particularly worry. I just want it to look pretty, but I'll look at actual flowers to get some ideas of how the shading should be and the shape of them and patterns and that sort of stuff. Because again, otherwise all the flowers are just going to be like pink and done. Which would also be a really good way to tackle the page, to do everything. Like all the flowers, one colour. Be very harmonious. Maybe various shades, but still like one colorway. Because you got strawberries, maybe all the flowers like reds and whites. Maybe a bit of pink, and then all the greens around it. You could do like pinky green blends in the background, and then you got your kitty cat. And it would be a very harmonious page. Not the first time you've done that, yeah. But we'll see how far we get. I mean, obviously, today I would be happy if I just get the rest of these strawberry leaves done. That's kind of what I'm aiming for, is just to finish the strawberry leaves. I don't think we'll even get to the strawberry flowers, but if we get the leaves done, I'm happy. And I'm, again, loving how it's progressing. I think one colour flower would sell a page short and it's amazing, or yeah, like not necessarily all the exact same shade, but like various shades of pink could be quite pretty, or various shades of purple or red, you know, or blue or something like that. So not all identical, but similar tones could be quite intriguing. Right, so I'm just going to colour in black in these little gaps here. So it technically would be shadow fur. But by here, it's going to be so dark that it will be entirely in shadow. So we're just going to colour those in black. That way I can kind of just knock those ones out of the way and not have awkward little gaps. And we can focus on these bits in here. Oh, yeah, no, I can't colour down there anymore. We're at the point there it's starting to chew up the paper there a bit. You've done good work on the page, eh? Yeah, I'm really shocked at how much I've gotten done today as well. Like, it's really come together quickly. I was thinking that maybe I'd just get some of the background done. Like, I didn't think I'd finish the background. So to get the background done, to get the colours planned out for the rest of the page, with the exception of the butterfly, and then get the snowdrops and the majority of the strawberry plants done. Like, very, very pleased with the amount of work. Yeah. I'm secretly hoping for a surprise stream tomorrow. There's entirely a chance that I'll get to like 10 PM tonight and not be able to sleep because my brain will be on creative fire. And then I'll be like, cool, 10 PM stream. We'll see how we go. Again, I've got, I haven't had a nap today. I have mod duties tonight for Ison, for Fate of Ison. And then I may need to crash, but also there is a good chance that I'm going to be on creative fire. Like, I can feel that I'm in that burn the midnight oil, the creative juices are flowing, let's get stuff done mode. And last time I got into this zone, I coloured for almost 36 hours straight. Like, it was just like, go, 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 go. I was just in the zone. So, yeah. So I'm not promising these things. Not promising these things. 10 hours would be, at 10 o'clock would be in about 8 hours, by the way. Not promising this at all, because self-care and, you know, if I need to sleep, I'm going to sleep. But also, if I'm in this mood tonight, there is a chance that we may do a night stream, and I very rarely do a night stream. Was that the Kirby binge? That was, yeah, that was one time when I got the Kirby binge, when I was when Dark Fairy Tales came out, and I did 2 streams in one day, where I did the day stream and then I did the night stream, and I worked through, and then I would have like 1 or 2 hour naps, but I streamed to like 2 AM, and I went to bed, and I got up at 4 AM and carried on colouring. So, yeah, it was almost 36 hours straight by the time, because I coloured all the next day as well. This is also how I got 14 pages done in that book in a month. Because I was just go, 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 go. Also, Lisbeth, hello, hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore your message. You can always dump on my Instagram too. Good to know. It's always good to know I've got Instagram so I can go, hey, ignore this, but and then send for a bunch of Insta pictures. I also have like an area of my Discord that I dump stuff into a lot as well. Yeah, but it's always good because sometimes it's easier to send things on like Instagram or stuff like that, so good to know. The same goes if you ever got like looking at something, you're like, damn, I need to remember this, just send it for and be like, inspo, because then I get to look at inspo too, and then it's like, ooh, you know, it's good to have your inspo. I don't have notifications on, so it won't bother me at all. Ditto. Ditto. I will see it when I see it. I'll just see pretty photos in the morning. Well, I'll leave it open in the background for now anyway, because again, if I get into the zone tonight. Yeah, I also, like, now I don't want to carry on with it without being streaming, and that would be the thing, like, I don't want to carry on without streaming, unless I just carry on doing, like, some random leaves, because it's like, that's leaves, that's boring. But maybe it's not boring to people, I don't know. I think leaves are boring. I think that's going to be the most boring part of this page, is just the leaves. Unless, actually, that's something I need. Can we think of interesting leaves to put up there? That might be a way to bring in some more red too, because you can get those pinky red leaves. But that might also be too much, because we've got the pinky red there. And I think green, just more green, would help frame the page, to be perfectly honest. I think bringing in a bit more green up here in particular. And they're the same leaves across both. So, yeah. No, I think we need to do green leaves. Just talked myself out of that. Fun idea, but no, we need to do green leaves. And this is why we don't colour ahead, thinking that it is a area when it's not. That's okay, that'll still work. Some shadow. Yeah, I just have to find some boring leaves. I think green leaves are interesting, but well-planned coloured flowers. Yeah. Yeah, no, it needs the balance of the green up there, because we've gone very heavy. We're going to go very heavy with the green down here, and so we need to balance the green up there. Maybe with streaming it will keep you from being bored. Entirely possible, because, again, as I said, I love plants and nature. I'm just not a big fan of colouring plants and nature. I find it quite boring, usually, because I'm like, you know, like, at least with working off reference photos, is that little bit of a challenge of like, oh, how realistic can I make this? So that helps me a little bit. But yeah, I am someone who like looks at flowers and goes, boring, give me a cat. But in the context of this page, it's gorgeous and I love it. And I've been very drawn to this page. So it's like, in the context of this page, fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. But yeah, definitely chatting with you all makes it easier to do leaves too, because it's like all these strawberry leaves, like this is, you know, strawberry leaves. So many leaves. But we're getting through it because we're chatting and we're just vibing and hanging, and you know, we're almost done with all the strawberry leaves now. And it's a good big section of leaves done. Yeah, now I'm like, what other books can I do this background in? Where else can I do rainbow glitter background? And then, yeah, now I should have bookmarked it. Why didn't I bookmark it? I have 101 bookmarks. Should have bookmarked the page. Here it is. This one. With these gorgeous little birds on here. And doing, like, some beautiful pink flowers, maybe. I don't know if these flowers are meant to be pink. I'd have to look them up. Once I figure out what the hell they are, aka message Ashley and go, Ashley, help me with flowers again, please. But then, like, this background and, like, peacock's colours, like greens and blues and purples, and then yellow for the paint pen to do this dot effect. Yellow and white, and, oh. So pretty. Yeah, so... Kind of leaning towards moving on to another page after this one too. So pretty. Hollyhock? Ah, okay. At least you're colouring. Yeah, it's so nice to have that energy again to, like, it's, again, I haven't felt the colouring mojo. Like, I've been colouring on stream, and I have been enjoying it. Please don't think that I'm sitting here going, oh, I've hated colouring on stream. No, I have been enjoying it, but I've only been colouring on stream, and I haven't been finding the motivation to colour outside of stream. And this is the first page, like, when I started figuring out this idea last night and was lying in bed and getting these ideas of like, oh, I could try that in the background. Like thinking of that Neocolor and paint pen technique for the background. It's like, that could be cool. That could work. And then once I got that idea of that sort of rainbow bokeh background, being like, actually, I really think I want to do this page, which is why we streamed today, because I was like, I'm really inspired to do it. And it's just been clicking. And it's been a while since this click has happened. Like, it would have been May when I had the last big click. And then we stopped colouring after May, essentially. So I haven't been in the zone since May. And it's nice to feel it again. And it's okay that we haven't been in the zone, because sometimes you go through times and periods where you can't colour as much. And as I say, it's fine. The colouring will be there. I had only been colouring on stream. There have been streams where I hadn't even been colouring. I've been playing video games because it hadn't been the mood. It hadn't been the vibe. So now it's like, oh, I'm in the zone. So now I want to ride that wave and see how much colouring I can get done. And they come in rainbow? You added to the Instagram chat? Oh my god. Oh my god, sorry, I gotta have a look. Hollyhock or Delphinium? They come in a rainbow of colours. Okay, so they're not rainbow flowers, which would be amazing. Although, who says we can't do them in rainbow? But they do come in lots of pinks. Oh my god. Okay, if I had a garden, this is how I would do my garden. Like that wall of rainbow flowers is a dream. I want that. I want a garden so I can have that. I want rainbow flowers. That is cool. Oh, that's pretty too. Oh, I like the fact that they come in so many different colours and they work together in bunches in different colours. I still freaking love that. That's so cool. Okay, this is not the page right now. This is not the page right now. Future maybe. Hey, stream as much as you like to colour to our benefit. God damn, having to work tonight. Having to work. How horrendous. Ugh. It's not really. It is distracting from colouring time. Because I have a hard finish in 2 hours. No matter where we're at, we have to finish. Well, we have to finish in an hour 45. So I can go to the bathroom, refill my water, and then be back here to log into work. And then I've got a, again, I moderate for a live stream, for a D&D live stream tonight. So, I mean, it's a volunteer position in all theory. I know I could message Jules and be like, hey, I'm in a colouring high zone right now. I need to stream, I need to colour, I need to do this. She'd be like, go girl, go do it. Because she's awesome like that. But I also am the type of person that want to be there because, you know, it's me, it's what I do. Too much inspiration, yeah. Surprise stream is awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Again, I don't know when we'll be streaming. Well, I know we'll definitely be streaming on Friday because that's regular stream day. But we'll see how this high goes. We'll see how we're feeling. Again, just keep an eye out on socials, which is difficult if you're not getting messages. But I do always post on Instagram stories when I'm going live. And then YouTube will send out notifications. I'll try to, like, if I know, like, halfway through the, my duties tonight that I'm going to stream, I'll try and schedule it at least, so you'll kind of get a warning that we're going live. But, or if I know that I'm going to stream tomorrow, I'll try and schedule it, so at least you get that little, like, hey, we're going live. But also, it's a point of surprise streams, like, we'll go live when we go live. Even the background all greens would be amazing. Yeah. I haven't finished a picture since the first one I did back in 2018, 2017. It's all good. Like, you do what you gotta do. Maybe your coloring style is to leave the page uncolored or unfinished. You know, like, I often talk about how Christine Caran, her Wildflower Folk cover is one of my favorite. Like, I want it as a print, and it's not finished. Her Wondrous Folk might be the same. I can't remember. Also, hi, Cassie. Hello, hello. Welcome to Surprise Stream. I got in the zone. I'm feeling the coloring itch, and now all I want to do is color for like 48 hours straight. Yes. Yeah. I have work, and then I have another duty tonight, so I can't, you know, just. But in the zone. Where are we? Here's Little Folk that has full. Wondrous Folk has, yeah, Wildflower Folk. Right, there you are. Come on, you're so slow. Why are you so slow? Not dropping any frames, so it's just being a slow load page. Okay, so this here. If you just so you've got the visual in front of you. But you see how we have like part of the image colored in, but part of the image isn't. The flowers aren't colored in. The bottom of the page, it doesn't carry on. I freaking love this back color. Like, the fact that it goes from the full color on the left hand side, and as it comes around to the right, it's more grey and grayed out. Yeah, go away. There's something about it where it's like complete but not complete, but it's complete and it's not completeness. And I've always wanted to color a page where I intentionally don't color part of the page, because I think it's really fascinating, and I would love a print of this like this. Even though it's not fully colored in, the incomplete completeness of it is something that is really special. So maybe that's just your thing. Like, if you feel like the page is done, it can be done. Yeah. Alright, what am I doing down here? You want a little bit of bright, because it would be just catching a little bit of the bright here. But it's really not a lot. You want more of this one. I was going to finish my Alien Worlds page, but then I ruined it with a giant water spillage. But I use it as a practice book. I have a second copy now. Oh, I'm sorry you spilled, but at least you feel like you can save it. I mean, use it as a practice. I hope one day we do get to see your colouring double A. Like, I'm sure it's fabulous no matter how it turns out. Again, you cannot colour wrong, so I just love seeing people's colouring. How are you feeling today, Cassie? Are you feeling any better? I think I won't be playing Sims tonight. We'll see, we'll see. It really depends after live stream how tired I am. The live stream, mod duty live stream, not my live stream. So we've got my live stream, work, mod duty live stream, and then we'll see. If I finish a page, I'll pay art tax. Glad to hear it. I am better. It's just a very slow process. I'm getting pretty over it now, though. I just want to be better. Yeah, I can imagine. That flu has been with you for a while. Flu does not seem fun. Not the vibe. Not the vibes. Oh, excuse me. No sleepies. No sleepies. Mascara. Okay, now I want that black, and I just want to deepen up a couple of these areas so we can again add some depth. Oh, these plants are further away than these plants. No. I need a better setup on my couch. What do people use a colouring off table like on a couch? I don't think I do. I had a bed tray that I was using when I was in bed, but I actually really didn't like colouring on it. I suppose there is a couple of times I've coloured out in the lounge while the nibblings have been here, but I've actually leaned on my walking frame, so no, that's not like a standard option. But like having a chair in front and then the colouring book's on the chair and sitting in front of me, and then my legs are around it. Yeah. But yeah, it's never big enough. It's never enough room for everything, so I know I tend to colour at the desk because I like a lot of room because I want to spread out all the supplies. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get inspired by the background because I love it. I'm going to try to do it with Inktense. I could imagine it working very well with Inktense. Same idea. Smushy colour background, paint pen on top. I can't wait to see, hopefully, my rambles about how I did it as I was figuring out. Because again, I was making this up as I went along. So hopefully my rambles are clear of like, I think this will work, I'm doing this, I'm trying this. Like I was trying to explain what I was doing, but it was literally just like plonk the colours down, activate and smush the colours together, paint pen on top, and then dab with the finger. Just like, yeah, it was literally dot 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 dab dab dab. It's the best way to explain it. Dot 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 dab dab dab. Use a plastic tray thingy? That makes sense, Cassie. Yeah, same, like, so like a lap tray or dinner tray thing. You paid the art tax? Let's have a look. Yes, more mermaid. This is Lisbeth's. Let's just make that a bit bigger because it's gone small again. Look at the pretty, I love the colours of the water with that little bit of yellow reflect from the pyramid. That is super, super pretty. We also have this book to work into sometime. But love how it's progressing. Yeah, the scales are so cool with that blend on the scales. Like, especially... It's not going to pick up my mouse, is it? There it is. Here's my mouse. To point at her boobies, but it's such a beautiful blend in there. It's so pretty. I love the little scorpion, too. It's just so cute. It's going to look fabulous when it's done. Oh, I need to remember to... Alright, what am I doing? I'm going back here. I'm going back here. I'm going there. And then we're going there. We know what we're doing. We're a functioning adult. We're not really, but... Okay, I think I'm happy with the strawberry leaves. Like, I feel like we're at a point with them where they're pretty good. I'm just gonna fill in... Am I? Am I sure that's blank space and not flower? No, we're not gonna fill that in. Gonna leave that just in case we need to fill that in. But yeah. So like where there are potentially little gaps down here, we're just gonna fill in the black and Payne's Grey and just make a little dark void that could potentially be cat fur, but could potentially be a shadow in the background. Right. I'm just gonna deepen this side up very carefully because this edge is getting worn. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Thank you. But remember, I haven't even bling yet. Yeah, we love the bling. My chat isn't synchronized as a chat box. It's messing me up. Oh. Have you... So with YouTube, when you log into YouTube, it likes to default to top chat. And first thing I always do is put it onto live chat. Because I want to see all the chat. Like, I don't want top chat. But even then... Like, I was on my phone last night in Zoe's stream, and I had it on all chat, and it still wasn't popping up with all the chats, because I also had it on my TV, and it took me ages to bring up the chat on my TV, but I was using my phone to type. So I had it on my phone, I had it on my TV, and the TV was bringing up most of the chats, but not all of them. And then my phone was bringing up different chats, and it was meant to be on all chat. It's so, like, frustrating. It's like, just... The computer at least works. But it worked. It meant that I could go to sleep. And then I drifted off. Okie dokie. So, we technically just have the little flowers left. Just going to finish off a little bit of these snowdrops. Make our clean white edge. Took out too much paint being there. Clean up these edges slightly. I did mention before that we were going to clean these up. Don't know why I insist on doing it now, but my brain's just telling me do it now. So we'll do it now. Just cover up a bit of that black line. Okay. A little better. I have plans for gold on a scorpion too. Lovely. I can't wait. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to look amazing. Alright, where's my example? We have an example, Amy, so look at your example. Okie dokie. I will say you can do whatever colours on the flowers you want, because the flowers you chose don't live in the same season. Yeah. Sweet. So it's just like, do whatever. Do whatever makes you happy. I mean, I would anyway, but good to know. Now I'm just looking at the centre of the strawberry flowers. So we've got our yellows and our greens. The water is Neocolor 2's fun. I really enjoyed using the Neocolor 2s in the background of this. That was a lot of fun. So, right, looking at this, so we've got a more pale yellow, little touches of a more orangey yellow. And then the shadows are more greeny yellow. So it's basically a lot of this with touches of that in certain areas. But everything can get a base colour of this zinc yellow. We in frame? We are in frame. Good, good, good. Make sure we've only got, yep, only 3 strawberries. Flowers. And we want some bright yellow. And then there's a bit more greeny tone in the shadow areas. We'll bring in a bit of greeny tone. Welcome back, Perfection. I can't remember if I actually said that or not, but welcome back if I didn't. Double welcome back if I already did. My brain's getting yippy. And then we're going to take this one. Pretty much the first time, so I wasn't sure that would look okay. You're doing fabulously. Doing so good, Elizabeth. Can give you the brain cell back. I will need the brain cell back for work, please. I do kind of need the brain cell to function tonight. So sorry. Yeah, toes are my next big thing to buy. Can't spare any brain cells. Sorry, all gone here. That's okay. We're all sharing a brain cell at the moment. So, you know, you can borrow it. We just need to share it around. Still getting used to Neo 2s. Yeah, I really enjoy doing the background with them. I could see a lot of fun doing it again for a background. Alright. Center of our strawberry plants. Now, strawberry centers aren't technically done yet because we're going to do our shadow on the flowers, but then we also need to tone our flowers to represent the fact that also down the bottom here. I'm getting a little bit less light than everywhere else. Right, your warm grey. 33 is cool. So, you'll do. Ow, stab myself. You. And then we want warm grey. No, we're cool grey. Warm grey. We're going to have to pull a colour. Now, just like how with the snowdrop, we added in a little bit of purple, we're going to add a little bit of cream into the white of the strawberry plants because we're going for a more warmer white here compared to the cooler white over here. So we're going to add in a few shadow areas. No, I'm not sharing. That's okay. you need the brain cell, you got to protect the brain cell. I'm okay without the brain cell most of the time, but just every once in a while I need my brain cell back. I know nothing about 9% of flowers in my book. I know basically what roses and sunflowers are and lost about all the others. That's all good. I am exactly the same, Lisbeth. The only reason I know these is because I've had some very amazing help today. A wonderful double A gave me a huge list. And then Yana and Zoe helped me with the other one. And that's the only reason I have flowers. Otherwise it would be like, cool, you're this colour. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with just making up the flower colours either. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I just like the challenge of working from a reference for flowers. It makes flowers a little easier for me because they're not my favourite thing in the world to colour. And so anything that makes flowers a little bit more approachable and easier, we're all for. I would love to be a flower girly. I would love to be someone who could look at something and go, oh yeah, those are da-da-da-da-das. I am not. I do not know how to identify plants or flowers. I just go, ooh, things that make me sneeze. Things that look pretty. Things that bugs crawl in. No, you're a very low-flying helicopter. Alright, so we've got our cream. We're going to particularly do this around our warmer sections. Just to add some variance and tone. Yeah, that's a good idea, Lisbeth. It's good to sometimes just have that reference to have on hand. Even if it's not like to copy exactly, it's just that little idea, that little helpfulness. Yeah. Coffee in bed, Cassie? Oh, yeah, coffee in bed sounds good. Like the hyacinths on the page I could confuse for lupine, but lupine is more common for me, but they are hyacinths. Yeah. See, I wouldn't know either of those. I would just be like, cool. Funny ones. Look funny. Purple looks pretty there. Which, I mean, we are going to do them like a purpley blue. But I'm going to have like a little bit more of a specific palette to be inspired by now. Because we're doing those grape hyacinths that were mentioned several times. And yeah, I can see why. The colours are going to be darn perfect. Would have had no clue without everyone going grape hyacinths and lupines. And I'm like, I don't know. But they're pretty. Okay, so we've got our 3D-ness of the flowers, but right now they're looking like they're just there floating because we've got like, it's darker down here and lighter down here. We have got some gradation there, so we've done shading as if they're 3D flowers, but we also haven't done shading in relation to where they are on the page. So this is where it gets a little confusing because we're now going to take a cool grey because we've got that blue tint to everything down here. So we do want a cool grey, even though we just did all that warm grey. You're warm. You're probably not dark enough, but we'll start with you. And then basically over the bottom parts of the flower, we're just going to add a fine layer of cold grey. I don't want these flowers to look too grey, but we do need to tone them down a bit. I need something cool. I don't really want to use blue. I need a very cool brown. I need Van Dyke brown. It's more neutral than cool. But Van Dyke brown with a little touch of a very pale blue will give us a yellow based cool shadow. Will give us that sort of neutral creamy shadow tone. Again, sounds weird. You just have to trust me. Trust the process. We're doing brown and blue as our shadow tone because grey is just going to be too grey and too dull. We need extra colour in there to make our white looks white. Because if we do more grey, our white is just going to look grey. So we need colour to make our white. Yeah. Yeah. I have a black foam. You could make them in gum paste and put them on a wedding cake. I feel like that would be what would happen with me, Double A, if I have no idea with flowers. I can't grow plants, but I reckon I could sculpt them. I could do them artsy, like. I just need reference photos. Yeah. Yeah. So did anyone get any nice deals during Prime? Like some flower books or something else? No, I didn't even look at Prime deals, but they're not a thing here in New Zealand, so we don't get Prime shipping or Prime Day deals. It just goes, oh, you're based in New Zealand? Yeah, Prime doesn't exist for you, sorry. No Prime deals for you. So I didn't even look. Did try for Amy, but Amazon refused to ship, yeah. I killed an air plant. It doesn't even need to be watered. I've done that before too, Double A. I got given a cactus, and I was told by the person, like, literally just put it on your windowsill. You don't have to do a darn thing for it. And I was like, cool. Then 2 weeks later, I took it back to her, and I was like, does this look right? And she looked at it and she's like, what did you do? I was like, I literally did nothing. I put it on the windowsill. She's like, it's in the sun, right? It's like, yeah, it's on my sunniest windowsill. She's like, it's overhydrated. It's like, I didn't water it once. I didn't do a thing. I literally put it on the windowsill. She's like, how? It's like, I don't know. There's an energy in me that does not go well with growing plants, apparently. So, yeah, I've done that. You got Dragonspell? Nice. Found some amazing pencil blenders. Nice. Coffee in bed will probably happen. Yeah, Cassie, get that coffee in bed. I know nothing about flowers, but I like colouring them, but I'll just do random pretty colours. Nothing wrong with that perfection. I brought nothing because I'm on a no-buy to October. Well done. Well done. Amy, a word of warning in Oceans to Stars. The paper seems very smooth, not a lot of tooth, so keep that in mind when you start there. Thank you. That's really good to know, Lisbeth. That means we are undoubtedly doing an ink tint base. Because that will, A, slightly rough up the paper, but also help with that base tone. Or alcohol marker base. Either way. It's going to be based. And my cactus has got bugs. You killed a spider plant too. Sounds like there's a lot of us that don't really do well with plants. And like, I joke about wanting to become a forest witch, but I also have no idea how to grow plants. I want to live in the forest like a forest witch, but I want to be a water siren. So I want to be like a river nymph or something like that. I think is what I actually need to be saying. But I want to live in a little cabin in the woods, obviously by a river or a lake, be a little water siren, live my mermaid life, in peace and quiet. I'm just so social and delightful. I want to run away from society and just live in the forest. Hybrid Siren Witch, yeah. So I'm using an Ocean Stars, ink stints, and pencils like Prisma. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. It's Oceans to Stars is also on my list of books to get to. There's a lot of books that I want to get to, but I'm glad that one is finally clicked and kind of inspired the colouring to get started again. So hopefully we'll ride this wave for a while and get a few done. Oops, I went a bit heavy with the glue there. It's okay. We'll use a bit of cream and a bit of the cool grey, and that'll tone it down. So yeah, they still read as white flowers, but we've got a lot more shadow and depth by adding in that blue and brown. And they still read as white flowers. And we can, like, create the illusion that they are. Also, there's a bit of a gradient going on them. So yeah, it seems weird that to make our flowers look more white, I needed to add in brown and blue. But trust the process. Also why I love my polys, because I can layer in tints. Sorceress of the Sea. Stardust and I even have 2 buddies set up in Dragonspell and a third in Europa. Oh, no, don't worry. I just call it Europa in Asia, in our Africa. Good choices. There's a few people working in Dragonspell, because Perfection's working in Dragonspell too. And I have Dragonspell pulled. Just haven't worked in it yet. Need to. We'll get there eventually. Just like everything else. We'll get there eventually. There's no rush. It'll happen when it happens. We had a lot of books come in all at once. So there's a lot of books to do. We can't do all the books all at once. Particularly if we want to produce what we love. Like this. Okay, I want to take Payne's Grey, tie in that blue, and we're going to use it just to do our final little darkening of a few areas, and then I think we can call our strawberry flowers done. So green. Amy, what did you use to colour those green teal leaves at the bottom? The strawberry leaves, they are a mixture of that one, that one, that one, that one, a little bit of that one, and that one. It's open-ended, we're not rushing. Excellent, love that. Okay, so the primary leaf colour is a combination of Grass green or permanent green? No, grass green. It was the brighter green. So grass green is like this highlight edge color, this really, really bright green. And it was used to blend over. A lot of the main body of green is chrome oxide green fiery 276. Grass green is 166. So 166, 276. And then Prussian blue is 246. So that's our main trio. And then as we've gone down and I've needed to get darker, I've also worked in 157, which is dark indigo. And then Payne's Grey, 181. And then a teeny tiny amount of black, 199. But trying to avoid too much black because the black in Poly actually has a little bit of a red tint to it. And I really wanted to keep things cooler. So trying to use more of the Payne's Grey, but just a slight tint of black over the Payne's Grey if I just needed to push it a little bit further. But yeah, that's what the strawberry leaves are. Oh, I'm glad, Stardust. It's great that you can find your mojo. I feel like a lot of us have felt like we've kind of lost our mojo. Like, I know a lot of people that have felt like they've lost their colouring mojo lately. And so I keep on saying, you know, it's okay because I've lost mine too. And it'll take time, but it will come back. So when you find it, it'll happen. Thank you, thank you. No worries. No worries. I really should, like, write down my colour combos and stuff so when people ask, I can just, like, put up a list, but I never do. It's just, like, so many colours in everything, though, and I just keep layering and keep tinting. Like, the strawberry flowers are 3 types of warm grey, cream, zinc yellow, Naples yellow, like a golden yellow, and then 2 types of green, and then cool grey as well in certain areas, even though we got warm grey, cool grey as well, and then light blue, and then a neutral brown, and then Payne's Grey. Like, there's a lot of colours to make a white, but white is never pure white. That's why we worked purple into this one, and honestly I'm actually looking at it in retrospective going, we need to add a bit more purple because now this one's looking very flat compared to the white of our other one. So we're going to take more of the precious. I mean, there is purple and there is yellow in these snowdrops, so it's not just, you know, it's not just the one, but I do need to push it just a little further. They are feeling quite flat. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a deeper purple just in the shadows just to push it just a little. Again, very, very, very subtle hand there. You don't want to obviously purple. You just want a variation in the shadows. Just like on the light side, we don't want it obviously yellow. We just want a little bit of variation in the tone so it reads more as highlights. Yeah, my colouring mojo's gone at the moment, but it's okay because I got my gaming mojo back now. It'll come back soon. Exactly. And I had the gaming mojo, and I hadn't had gaming mojo in forever, but I lost my colouring mojo, and now I think my colouring mojo's coming back, so which in turn might mean I'm not gaming as much, but also Sims. Also fairy Sims. Oh. Okie dokie. I like that. I like that a lot. I really am happy with that progress so far. It's gonna be so cool. So, let me just, we've got so many things open on here right now. So we can close down our snowdrops, because we've done our snowdrops. So we're all good to close our snowdrops. We've still got to do our grape hyacinths. So that is this one to the side here. So we're going to be doing that purpley blue color, and you can see why I'm doing grape hyacinths, because it's just so perfect. It's going to look so good to bring this purpley blue color down here. So that will be that corner there is our grape hyacinths. And then we're doing these, it's inspired by crocuses. So we're bringing in that pinky purple blend. Like, it looks a little more violet on one of my screens, but my other screen it's definitely more pinky indigo. We're going to bring that pink tone into it, so it's going to have this pinky purple tone, and we're going to bring this down here. So that's going to work. And then we're done our strawberry plant, so we can close that one. And then I have this picture pulled up for our tulips, but I'm not 100% happy with it. Maybe a little bit more like that, where we've got a darker red at the top and we're gradiating down to a lighter pink. Might be more the vibes, but I like the pattern of this one. I'm still figuring out the tulips, but we know we want this pinky red color, because we're going to take our strawberries and bring that up there. So that's the plan for that one. And then we have our bellflower, which is this one here, which is going to be the yellow. So bring that across. And so we've got this as our reference pitch here for the bellflowers. That beautiful bright yellow is what we're going to bring across here. It's going to be super duper cute. Yes, red pink tulips with the red. Yeah, so doing the red pink but with that red white pattern is kind of what I'm leaning towards, because it's then a little bit more three-dimensional, but the colours of the second picture is better. Like, that's the colours that we want to bring in that strawberry pink tone, but we want that pattern, because that pattern is really cool and will look really cool with the lines that are already drawn on the page, like with those patterns that are up there. So yeah, you can kind of get what I'm vibing with. And then that's the hollyhock, which is not actually what we need right now. But yeah, that's the plan, and I think it's going to look amazing. Like, I'm really, really pleased with how this is progressing. I just hope it carries on like that, and then obviously we'll just color in some green leaves. I'll see if I can try and figure out what these leaves are, or just find some leaves to look at. Drop all the photos so I can live in my IG rent free. Thanks for that. Yeah, I might do. I'll just leave them open at the moment because it doesn't have to be closed straight away. But yeah, I think we will end stream here today. I mean, for starters, it's been over 6 hours, and that I kind of need to go to the bathroom. I kind of want to go and just lie down to click my back, and just like take a little bit of time. I've got about an hour before work, so it's a perfect time for me just to kind of have like a little wind down time, get ready for work, go to work, organize my dinner, do my moderation, and then either hit bed really early to jump into an early live stream or stream later on tonight. I know me, I don't want to promise it. I don't want to sit here and promise and say we're definitely going to stream later on, but I know me and I know what this vibe means, and it's usually I'm going into a little bit of a mania. That's what it feels like to me. I feel a little manic, but in the sense that the colouring has inspired me. It's nothing like people say they're feeling manic, and that can be quite bad for mental health terms. For me, yes, it means I don't sleep when I feel these vibes coming on. I don't sleep for several days, or I'll sleep for no more than half an hour at a time, an hour at a time. I felt a bit like it last night, which is why I only slept like an hour or two at a time. But it usually sends my creativity flying. I usually produce so much colouring, and then we kind of settle back to normal for a while. And after a low, and then you jump to high, and then we kind of go normal. It's something that I'm very used to with me. So if there is live streams later on, you understand why. And it'll be just making the most of this. If we don't, we may try to stream tomorrow. If not, we'll be back Friday. I can't say for certain when the next stream is, but just keep an eye out on socials. I'll at least try to post when I am going live if I do decide to go live. But yeah, I mean, there's also a chance later on I'll crash because I haven't had a nap today and I didn't have a nap yesterday and I didn't sleep a lot last night. So there's also a possibility I'll just get to 7 p.m. and be like, nah, bedtime. Yeah. But yeah, keep an eye out on socials. I will at least try to post everywhere that I'm going live. And if anything, we will be back on Friday with this page. I'm just freaking in love with this page. Cannot explain how happy I am with how this is progressing. Cannot wait to have more of it done and just see the vision come to life, and then maybe also start on another page because that's the mood we're in. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. I hope you have enjoyed. Again, if you do want to see how I did the background, go back for the first, it was like the first hour and a half to 2 hours of stream. It did not take us long. Literally just place down, I use Neocolor tools, place down your color, activate it in a smushy way. Don't try and be smooth, just smush it together, let it dry, pull out a paint pen, dot the paint pen, dab with your finger to remove some of the permanence. It really was a simple background. Enjoy it. But yeah, take care of yourself. All the aroha to you all. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Whenever that is. Oh, I'm so excited to get back to this already.